this meeting. Welcome to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today. For those of us here in person, please remember that masks are required to be worn in this building. So we ask that you remain properly masked for the duration of this meeting. This meeting is being live streamed for the public on the MCPS website and MCPS TV. Now let us begin the board business meeting by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will now call the roll to recognize board members and establish that we have a quorum, starting with Dr. Daka.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Mandrowski, are you on Zoom?
I am. Good afternoon, everyone.
Ms. Silvestri?
Good afternoon.
Ms. Evans?
Good to see everyone. Good afternoon.
Ms. Harris?
Good afternoon, everyone.
And Ms. O'Looney?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Now we can begin the meeting with the approval of the agenda. I would like to amend the agenda to add a new resolution as item 4.2.
Move to approve with the amendment.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And Rebecca, is your hand raised? That is unanimous, I'm sure.
My hand is raised, correct.
Okay. So, good afternoon and welcome to the Board of Education's virtual meeting. We begin our meeting today with a very special video presentation by the John F. Kennedy High School Navy Junior ROTC in honor of Veterans Day. The members of the Kennedy High School NJ ROTC Color Guard in the video today are Cadet Maria Sanchez, Cadet Maria Mizinski, Cadet Natalia Quirogo, Cadet Ernesto Pinto. The cadets are led by instructors Chief Sharon Rogers and Commander Lawrence Bateman. The principal of Kennedy High School is Dr. Joe Rubens. Please play the video.
Color, action, cut, carry, color, ready, cut, forward, march. College. Ready, cut.
I would like to thank the members of the Kennedy High School Color Guard for their presentation of the colors in honor of Veterans Day. I will now turn to Dr. McKnight for the reading of a resolution in honor of Veterans Day.
Thank you, President Wolf, and good afternoon, everyone. In honor of veterans, whereas airmen, Marines, sailors, soldiers, members of the Coast Guard, and members of the Space Force are part of an unbroken chain of brave patriots who serve and have served this country with honor and made tremendous sacrifices so that we may live free. And the brave men and women of our Air Force, Army, Coast Guard, Marine Corps, Navy, and Space Force demonstrate a resolute spirit and unmatched selflessness. And we reflect on the immeasurable burdens borne by so few in the name of so many, and we rededicate ourselves to supporting those who have worn America's service uniforms and the families who stand alongside them. And whereas we remember those heroes for their valor, their loyalty, and their dedication, their selfless sacrifices continue to inspire us today. And whereas our country is forever indebted to our veterans for their quiet courage and exemplary service, we also remember and honor those who laid down their lives in freedom's defense. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and the Montgomery County Public Schools students, staff members, parents, guardians, and the entire community salute the sacrifices of the men and women of the United States Armed Forces and hereby recognize Thursday, November 11th, 2021 as Veterans Day.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand, and that is unanimous. Dr. McKnight, would you like to continue?
Yes, I do have another recognition, and this recognition is honoring American Education Week. On November 15th through the 19th of 2021, Montgomery County Public Schools will join millions of Americans nationwide in celebrating public schools during the annual American Education Week. American Education Week presents us with the opportunity to honor the individuals who make a difference by ensuring that every child receives a quality education. American Education Week encourages staff, caregivers, and the community to continue to work together to provide all students with a robust education that ensures all students are college and career ready. Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to ensuring that every student succeeds through our Prosper vision, which entails putting students first, renewing relationships, opening 5 days a week for in-person instruction, supporting staff to meet the student needs, preparing for our future, educating for equity, and reestablishing the culture of respect. Parents, guardians demonstrate a commitment to student success by partnering with our schools, engaging with our students' education, and supporting learning at home and in the community. Community partners and volunteers serve our students and school programs by providing vital support that facilitates authentic learning opportunities and enhances the curriculum. In recognition of American Education Week, we celebrate our staff and work to create diverse and exceptional learning communities for our children and collaborate with parents, guardians, volunteers, business leaders, partner organizations, and elected officials who support our common goal of educating our students to realize their future dreams. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Interim Superintendent of Schools hereby declare November 15th through the 19th, 2021 to be recognized as the annual observance of American Education Week in Montgomery County Public Schools.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand, and that is unanimous. We're up to item 4. Dr. McKnight.
Thank you, President Wolf. So I move forward the monthly Human Resources and Development Report for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Today I have several acknowledgments, and I first want to acknowledge one of our staff members who have transitioned. Whereas the death on August 30th, 2021 of Mrs. Stephanie Sims, classroom teacher at Twin Brook Elementary School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 10.9 years Ms. Sims worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she skillfully motivated and inspired her students to develop self-confidence, perseverance, and learn. As a result of her consistent support and encouragement, her students thrived. They demonstrated an eagerness to learn and confidence when attempting new challenges. Mrs. Sims was very knowledgeable in using a variety of instructional strategies, including technology, to meet the range of learning styles in her classroom. She was committed to providing her students with numerous opportunities and a variety of ways to access the curriculum. As a result, her students knew she supported them and believed in their ability to succeed in their academic and personal endeavors. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Interim Superintendent of Schools express our sorrow at the death of Mrs. Sims and extend the deepest sympathy to her family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, President Wolf, for allowing us to add on and make one amendment to the agenda for today. And I am bringing forward a resolution. Before I present the resolution, I'd just like to share that I requested that we bring forth an item today to be added to our agenda that proposed an adjustment to the 2021-2022 Traditional Innovative School Calendar adjustments. So as we all know, this year we returned our students back after 18 months of virtual learning. Some just returned for the fall for the first time. And for our system, it really did represent a different day when we opened school this fall. We'd not been together for a long time. And there were a number of things that we learned about how students were impacted during the time that we were away from one another. Staff, how they were impacted during the time that we were away from one another. And in many ways, it brought us closer together because we were able to provide support in ways that we just couldn't during the pandemic. But it also speaks to the spirit of what we have to do collectively. And I have to say, I'm so grateful to be a part of a school system and staff who came in and did everything we needed to do to make sure we were bringing our students back for in-person learning this fall. And we will say that that has not been done without hurdles. We have learned a lot. There were things that we could have anticipated that we planned for. Some of it we couldn't imagine until we were actually in the space to determine what could be done. But one thing is for sure, the staff has worked incredibly hard this year to support this transition. And I speak for the board when I say that we are all very grateful for that. So I say that because historically the day before Thanksgiving has always been a day that's represented a lower attendance rate, and we've been looking at this for a while because we know that many families travel, a number of other things are happening that does impact that. This year is a bit different for us. This year when we look at the day before Thanksgiving, it does represent in time that we have many of our staff who need to do things to take care of situations personally, but we're also knowing that we have a national shortage of substitute teachers. We depend on our substitutes because oftentimes we know we have staff who need to take leave, and so we depend on our subs to come in and fill that when our staff cannot be available. So given that we have the national shortage of substitute teachers resulting in teachers and paraeducators having to cover classes, we know that that then takes away from the things that they have to do. And right now we're very much focused on making sure that we have the space and the time for everyone to provide our students with the needs that they have. Given the context of now this year presenting the challenge that we do need to operate, but we need to operate with things in place to support students successfully, we believe that that cannot happen on the day before Thanksgiving given the data that we currently have. So I am proposing that we close schools and offices this year on Wednesday, November 24th, on the day before Thanksgiving.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
I'd like to thank the board for that, and we did write a resolution. And if you would allow me, I'd like to take a moment to just read that resolution so that our staff members and our community understand the components of this. Whereas Wednesday, November 24th is the day before Thanksgiving, staff, both school-based and central office, have been working incredibly hard this year to support students during the transition to having all students in school 5 days per week. Staff attendance is lower than average on the day before Thanksgiving. And there is a shortage of substitute teachers this school year, resulting in teachers and paraeducators having to provide class coverage during their non-teaching periods. And the current 2021 traditional school year calendar has 182 student days, 2 more than required by state law. Now therefore be it resolved that the 2021-2022 traditional and innovative school calendars be modified to make Wednesday, November 24th a holiday for all students and staff, and be it further resolved that the proposed modification to the Montgomery County Public Schools 2021-2022 traditional and innovative school calendars be adopted. Thank you.
So moved.
Since we've already voted on that, thank you. Okay, we're up to item number 5. Our next item on the agenda is public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. With this board meeting, we have resumed live public comments and have 8 persons signed up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the podium. Keep your mask on, but speak clearly and directly into the microphone. Your mask should be properly worn over your nose and mouth. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on to accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have 1 audio and 8 video presentations. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on board docs, where they are posted with the other materials for this meeting. So let us begin with Allison Sweeney. You had it. There you go.
Right, great, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. McKnight and members of the Board of Education. My name is Allison Sweeney, and I'm a sophomore at Poolesville High School. I'm speaking to you today as a lifelong MCPS student and a proponent of student member Hana Looney's proposal to extend a half-credit, 1-semester personal finance course to all 25 MCPS high schools. Financial literacy is a core skill to succeed in the 21st century, one that students begin to exercise as soon as they get their first part-time jobs or fill out their FAFSA applications in their senior year. Many of my senior friends have shared that they navigate applying for financial aid without their parents, even though they manage their child's finances. According to Forbes, student debt nationwide has amassed an astonishing $1.7 trillion, leaving frightening prospects for graduating seniors. Project Finance surveyed over 1,300 students across 18 MCPS high schools and found that 86% of students promote the expansion of this already existing course across all 25 MCPS high schools. Per the MCPS mission statement of excellence and equity, it should readily equip its over 166,000 students with the knowledge to apply filing taxes, taking out loans, and much more to their post-public education lives. The enthusiasm and the near universal approval by students, parents, and teachers is unparalleled to anything that I've seen during my time as a staunch advocate for MCPS educational equity. And with that being said, I strongly urge the board to weigh the needs of students and parent comments and the evident benefits of personal finance education to promote educational equity for all MCPS students, and I thank you for your time.
Yeah. Next is Jessica Patterson.
Good afternoon, Dr. McKnight and Board of Education members. My name is Jessica Patterson, and I am a PE teacher at Seneca Valley High School. During those 22 years of teaching, I've heard on multiple occasions my content looks like controlled chaos. Multiple small-sided games, fitness challenges, and loud and enthusiastic cooperative learning usually looks messy. It's not typically quiet, it's not always orderly, and that's why PE is so important. We've been through 18 months of messy, disorganized chaos. Students removed from their daily routines, restricted to homes, and forced to spend countless hours at computers for virtual and then hybrid learning. But even without a pandemic, there will never be a good time to decrease the kinesthetic learning of PE. There are over 160,000 learners in MCPS that need multiple modalities to achieve mastery and find success. In physical education, students participate in fitness-related activities and team sports promoting motor skill development and refinement, critical thinking, self-efficacy, and respect for others and themselves, but they also learn about lifetime activities like yoga, pickleball, tennis, and weight training, just to name a few which can be done well into their advanced years. If PE can capture all students, not just those who want to be active, we can establish healthy practices and lifestyle choices useful for a lifetime. Study after study shows those who participate in regular physical activity are better students. Physical activity increases blood flow to the brain, aids in the release of hormones, which provides an environment perfect for brain cell growth, and promotes brain plasticity. Healthier students become healthier adults. In MCPS's own words, MCPS is committed to the academic success and to the physical, social, and psychological well-being of every one of our students. Student learning is our purpose, and we know that students perform better academically when they are healthy in body, mind, and spirit. The two go hand in hand to produce young people who are successful in school and in life. Please continue to live up to those words. MCPS is not only responsible for our students once they enter our school system, we're responsible for how we send them into our communities and society. Please maintain the 1 credit physical education graduation requirement for future MCPS students. Thank you.
Next is Monica Choinska-Powell. Press the button.
Dear MCPS Board of Education, my name is Monika Choinska-Powell. I am a physical education and health teacher at Bethesda Chevy Chase High School and a mom to a high school student. Coming to school this year, I was so excited to get back to normal, to feel the students' energy and excitement to laugh again. Then reality hit. Our students have changed. Every day I encounter students crying, sitting alone against the wall, curled up and just wanting to be left alone. I see students who experience anxiety so badly that they need to leave the classroom multiple times during one class period. On the evening of May 20th, I received a phone call from my principal telling me that one of my yoga students, who just 3 weeks earlier left our school to receive treatment, has taken her own life. Since then, every day, I worry that I will receive this phone call again. It haunts me. Our students are in a mental health crisis. Mental health is very complex, but what we know, and it has been proven over and over again, that physical activity has an enormous positive effect on our mental health. Specifically for adolescents, studies demonstrate significant associations between physical activity and lower levels of psychological ill-being. These students need mandatory physical activity built into their day more than anything. Physical activity is an opportunity for students to completely disconnect from their devices and reconnect with themselves. It is an opportunity to play, to be a kid and laugh again. It decreases their mental stress and improves their well-being. I am asking you to please maintain the 1.0 graduation requirement. If there was ever a time in history to consider reducing mandatory physical education for our students, this is not the time to do it. Thank you.
Next is Melissa Reitkoff.
My name is Melissa Rycup. Glad to be here. I'm a parent of a BCC high school student, and I wanted to come here today to talk about sports and that the proposed curriculum change should not be at the cost of the physical education program. If you think about it, the number one reason kids want to play is because it's fun. And kids also need accurate financial information. They need to understand about banking and credit. We need them to learn that. They need to learn it. Kids also need accurate information about healthcare, from eating disorders to other issues that are talked about in the classroom. As a soccer player and coach for 43 years, I'm also the BCC team manager of the football team. And I've seen these kids weathering this COVID epidemic, and I, as an adult, know that physical education is good for my body, for my mental state, for my well-being, so I can focus on my work. I would like to propose that we think about this in a different way and think about reallocating some of our resources and partnering in the community for other funding to support equal treatment of all three of these programs. There are groups like Leveling the Playing Field I'm on the board of. We provide free, gently used sporting equipment to many of the schools in the county right now. There are other grants and funds that could support some of this. I'd also like to bring up that physical education is preventative care. Kids who move around each day, they are able to not be needing remedial help from the administration or needing health care from the nurse or mental health issues. And finally, it's an equity and access issue. The families that are the most stressed out economically right now can't provide out-of-school activities for their children. So having physical education in schools introduces kids to healthy lifestyles. So what I would say is, if you want test scores to go up and we want better life outcomes, research shows that 30 minutes of physical activity every day impacts all of us in a positive way.
Thank you. Next is June Trakoff.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. June Trakoff, parent of 2 MCPS students. Some questions about middle school instruction. For the entire first grading period, why did students receive 1 day of Spanish instruction, 0 days of hands-on labs and science, 0 days of promised high-dose math tutoring, 0 days of students saved from quarantine by using Test to Stay? Have you given up on academics? Are you serving your campaign donors at the expense of children? Because that is unforgivable, all of you, unforgivable. Additionally, at least 3 MCPS students have been stabbed in school parking lots this fall. Please cut some fluff from today's agenda and tell us what immediate actions you will take. What you have been doing is not working. Families care about academics and safety. Get that in order first. And I'll add, that includes 5 days a week, 6 hours a day of full instruction. So please, let's not go down that road of starting half days and counting them as full days. Thank you.
Next is Jennifer Reisman.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jennifer Reisman. I'm a psychologist and a parent of a middle schooler. I have to interrupt what I was planning on saying today by saying what you just did to give families 13 days of notice. Have you no consideration for parents in healthcare, parents who are essential workers, and parents who basically count on the school calendar that you publish? You just told us all that you don't care about us. But that's not what I came here to say. That's what I'm saying in response to the action that you took just now. I'm here today, though, to ask this board to respectfully follow up on the request that you put into our county executive and county health services for supplies and staffing to implement a Test to Stay program. It was a welcome request. From what has been published in the local media, individuals have been hired, at least 50, to implement a Test to Stay program, and the school system has all of the rapid tests that it needs. to deploy it. Unfortunately, the community and parents also hear week after week that it's coming, but it hasn't. Entire elementary school classrooms continue to get quarantined based on one single child testing positive. To my knowledge, none of these children have been offered a test to stay or have been spared quarantine. The updated quarantine guidance that was issued last week was welcome. However, you've failed to implement and carry out tests to stay. It's disappointing as a parent and a psychologist to see that not carrying out this program at any level, our children are missing out in school and are truant at your hands due to your policies and your actions. Please hold DHHS and all of the administrators of MCPS accountable here. Do what Utah and Massachusetts done to prioritize education of children. This board also has an opportunity in filling Dr. O'Neill's seat, in Pat O'Neill's seat. Please act and put parents and students first, not career politicians.
Next is Elizabeth Oman.
First, I'd like to thank the school board and Dr. McKnight for this opportunity to speak. I'm Elizabeth Oman, and I have 2 children who are going through this school system. I'll be very clear. Critical race theory is being taught to my kids and all kids in the MCPS school system. We know it, and we don't like it. I speak for a growing number of parents of all races when I say this makes us very concerned, and let me tell you why. CRT in classrooms causes all children to agree to things their teachers tell them and feel guilty or righteous because this is propaganda. Or they learn to lie in response to things they don't believe in. Focus on CRT, a divisive political agenda, takes away from basic education where children love to learn and get prepared to become valuable members of a functioning and safe society so they can make their own positive impact on this world. My child right now is learning what their teacher's political beliefs are in violation of Maryland Law Article 24, Title 13, Section 105, instead of learning how to think in an open-minded way. Kids are also being ordered to share their political beliefs. I don't want any children to be told that they are victims or abusers. You have veered off track in providing an education that supports the good of humanity. Awful things have happened in the past. Racism isn't unique to America. And now we need to move on to the forgiveness part. We all know how well picking at our already healed wounds works. The eyes of our nation are upon us. Just across the river in neighboring counties, many parents have stood up at school boards meetings saying, "You cannot indoctrinate our children with socialist ideology. They do not exist in a world alone, nor do we stand alone. You may judge me by the color of my skin, and that would be racist. Instead, judge me for the content of my character and my strength to face you today, while many sit at home frightened to speak up. Give our children a basic and non-political education, or we will seek it elsewhere."
Next is Jane Tuttle.
Non-white students, quote, non-white students should go to the head of the line, but if you're white, step aside, end quote. A book from Tiffany Jules, this book is anti-racist, which is currently being used by the Montgomery County school system. Good afternoon, members of the board and Dr. McKnight. My name is Jean Tuttle, and I'm a longtime resident of Montgomery County. The only silver lining during this past year and a half of COVID is that we, the parent taxpayers, have been given a bird's eye view of what is being taught in the schools, courtesy of Zoom. CRT, anti-racism initiatives, and other divisive ideas leave us wondering exactly what are we getting for our exorbitant property taxes that we pay. CRT posits that the systemic racism infuses every aspect of our lives, that white people are the only beneficiaries of our institutions and laws, and that black and brown people are perennial victims. According to Drs. Swain and Christopher Shore in their book, Black Eye for America, it is easier to hate
and blame rather than to love and support. So I ask you, why not teach positive values, such as in the Character Counts program in lieu of CRT indoctrination? A positive program laying the groundwork for our children to become better human beings, which is what I assume all of you want for our children. When I was working for a local housing commission, I used this program very successfully. Character Counts does not look at the color of one's skin, but rather focuses on teaching children a set of values such as respect, kindness, and caring. This positive program perhaps might be dismissed as being too white, though. Hans Bader, a First Amendment lawyer, notes that the 14th Amendment forbids states and by extension counties from creating a learning environment that is hostile to students based on their race or sex. Taxpayers pay teachers for reading, writing, and arithmetic, teach our history, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and our Constitution, but do not make our children feel badly about immutable characteristics for which they have no control. Thank you.
Thank you. Please play the video.
Good afternoon, Board of Education members. My name is Ramya Sahu, and I'm a sophomore at Northwest High School. I'm here today to advocate in support of the MCPS financial literacy graduation requirement. Fortunately, I attend one of the very few schools in Montgomery County that offers personal finance courses. With only one semester of financial literacy, I've already learned how to fill out FAFSA forms, file taxes, finance higher education, and many more fundamental financial skills. I can only imagine how helpful this course would be to seniors across MCPS who soon require such crucial skills for everyday tasks. These skills will not only help me throughout my life, but will also lessen the burden on my parents. Many first-generation immigrants like myself don't have the privilege to simply ask their parents for help with financial tasks. A few weeks ago, my peers struggled filling out their FAFSA forms, as they never learned how to do so, and their parents had no experience filling it out either. As a school district preparing students for college and career readiness, it is vital that students learn basic financial knowledge in school. In most high schools, there is not a single financial literacy course available, leaving the majority of students unprepared. As so many students like me have already shown the need for a solid financial literacy education, there is no reason why we can't add a financial literacy credit into the list of graduation requirements, a course that actually prepares students to face the real world. No matter where we go in life, there will always be a time where financial skills are needed. Today, it is up to you to decide whether we students can successfully venture into the world with the financial knowledge that we most desperately need. Thank you for your time.
We received 8 video testimonies. First up is Daniela Wilson.
Good afternoon, members of the board, and thank you for this opportunity to address you here today. My name is Daniela Wilson. I'm a first grade teacher at Wheaton Woods Elementary, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Montgomery County Education Association. Parents are often told that it takes a village to raise a child. If it truly takes a village, we must ask ourselves, what are we doing to create healthy villages? Our school system, a once thriving system, is deteriorating. Our students, facing an onslaught of trauma from racism and public health, are suffering. It has fallen on my colleagues and me to pick up the slack amidst a public health crisis that has claimed hundreds of thousands of lives. You, as board members who are running for re-election or other elected offices, have acknowledged the untenable workload piled on our members. You've publicly said that we should not have to work through legally mandated duty-free lunch periods and contractually obligated planning time. We have agreed and acknowledged the data that shows literacy readiness has dropped 35% for second graders from the 2018-2019 school year to the 2020-2021 school year, and that literacy was down for Black second graders by 38% and had seen a 46% drop for Hispanic second graders. The Board of Education must recognize that many of our students of color, students from low-income communities, and students with special needs were already struggling prior to March of 2020 and now face even more significant obstacles. More than acknowledgement and recognition, though, do you want to know what we need? We need your support in providing solutions. How can we best serve our students if you won't give us the foundation to do so successfully? How can we continue to show up day after day at the expense of our own mental health to test our students and measure academic progress through outdated metrics in the middle of the most traumatic period a lot of us have ever faced? You took an oath when you were sworn in, and that oath came with a promise to do right by our community. I am here on behalf of our union asking you to honor that oath.
Next is Shelton Fantroy.
Good afternoon, Board President Wolf, Superintendent Dr. McKnight, and members of the Board of Education. My name is Shelton Fantroy, senior at Einstein High School. Many people throughout our country have little to no understanding of finance, credit, loans, financial stability, and much more. As myself and my peers transition from young adults to adults, our futures and goals should not be limited because of lack of financial literacy in our country. How can MCPS pride itself on college and career readiness when students don't know how to apply for financial aid, what loans are, don't know what credit is, and don't know how to live a financial, sustainable lifestyle? I'm very thankful to have had the opportunity to take a personal course from my school, have a family to teach me the importance of finance savings. Many students throughout not only Montgomery County, but the world don't have the same access to these necessary tools to live a bountiful life. I think that financial literacy has changed how I view the possibilities ahead of me, and I want to share that with everyone around me. Ask yourself this question: how can I, an MCPS board member, offer a financial literacy course that is effective enough to change the outcome of my child, grandchild's, nephew, niece, cousin's future finance? Then ask yourself, do I want to offer a financial literacy course that will change the outcome of my child, grandchild's financial future? Then apply it to the future of the students of MCPS. With MCPS's growing immigration population and low-income households, many families and students have little to no experience with financial literacy. If MCPS wants to be a focal point in the leading of a school district in this nation, then we need to offer a financial literacy course and push for initiatives and policy that will not only benefit my peers and myself in the short run, but also benefit us in the long run. And that's why it is incumbent upon MCPS to offer a required financial literacy course to graduate our schools, to not only benefit some students, but students everywhere. To create a future where our next leaders, teachers, neighbors, doctors, etc., can be financially confident and financially sustainable in this. Thank you.
Next is Akash Verma.
Greetings to the Board of Education and all others. My name is Akash Verma, and I am currently an 11th grade student at Richard Montgomery High School in Rockville. Today, I represent myself in asking the Board of Education to create a half semester or 0.5 credit financial literacy course requirement for all high school students within MCPS. Many students, including myself, have had very little or no education in financial literacy through school. As a junior in the IB diploma program in high school, I have access to just about all courses offered at Richard Montgomery. Firsthand, I can say that the only classes that remotely come close to teaching financial literacy to students are economics and quantitative literacy. Clearly, this displays a great lack of depth in financial education offered at high schools around the county. These courses do not dive deep enough into financial literacy and aren't even required to be taken by students. Students don't receive the financial literacy education they need to be successful in their young adulthood and beyond. We send students off blindly accepting student loans to college who don't even know what an interest rate is. A student who wants to buy a car doesn't even know what the word financing means, and the list goes on. By making our students financially literate, we don't only improve their education, but we improve their quality of life. Having a basic financial literacy background enables students to venture into their interest and other endeavors in life without a fear of being financially illiterate and making poor financial decisions. I ask you, Board of Education, do you want the students of the next generation making poor financial decisions? I strongly urge you to make this choice, to create a 0.5 credit course requirement in financial literacy education at MCPS high schools to allow our students to thrive. If MCPS takes a step forward as the largest public school district in Maryland, we can confidently expect other counties to do the same. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter.
Next is Sophie Nugent.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education. My name is Sophie Nugent, and I'm a 9th grade student at Rockville High School. Today, I'll be testifying about making financial literacy a graduation requirement for all high school students. Many students are scared of growing up and branching out into the adult world with taxes, jobs, and responsibilities. I remember asking my middle school counselor if there are any financial literacy classes at my high school, but to my disappointment, there were not. Because of how my parents worked full-time jobs and weren't able to teach me any lessons, it was supposed to be a way for me to learn valuable life skills that I couldn't gain when I was younger. This is a problem that MCPS students face on a daily basis. We don't have access to financial literacy. Whether we're trying to navigate the financial aid process or saving up for college, it is a constant struggle because we were never taught how to do any of these skills. It is appalling to see that only 5 high schools offer this course, leaving the vast majority of MCPS students without the opportunity to gain valuable knowledge that they will need for the rest of their lives. Especially with the students at Rockville High School, most of them don't even realize that a financial literacy course even exists. How can MCPS pride itself on their college and career readiness programs without financial literacy? We need to learn how to budget, pay our bills, and distinguish the difference between wants and needs because those are the skills that prepare us for the real world. I urge you, the Board of Education, to consider making financial literacy a priority by implementing a one-semester graduation requirement for all high school students. Thank you.
Next is Anusha Krishnan.
Good evening, Dr. McKnight and members of the Board of Education. My name is Anusha Krishnan, and I'm a sophomore at Poolsville High School. Today, I'm here to urge you all to vote in support of the one-semester financial literacy graduation requirement. Financial literacy. That's a big word. A big word I still don't fully understand to this day. I was first introduced to the term in 7th grade when we were handed worn-out green books with the words financial literacy for kids written on the cover during the 1-week Finance Park program. We were in 7th grade learning basic money skills such as starting a savings account and understanding the concepts of profit and the value of money. We were learning things that should be common knowledge by the time we start our schooling as a whole. By the time I entered high school, I hadn't yet expanded upon these basic pieces of information for something as crucial as money management. When my parents and teachers mentioned things like taxes, loans, and rents, I am disappointed and almost ashamed that I am unable to fully comprehend what they are talking about, things I will need to know for the future. These are crucial, essential, and basic skills every child needs to understand so when they reach the real world, they know exactly how to go about it. Many parents, especially immigrant parents, including mine, are unable to properly explain these concepts and terms, relying solely on the school systems to teach it. Without proper education on financial literacy, I and many others will struggle when we start to venture the world on our own. MCPS prides itself on producing some of the most well-rounded and educated students in addition to their diverse curriculum. But what good will learning about derivatives and sentence structures do when students enter the real world and are faced with real financial decisions without having the basic knowledge to navigate that system? I'm sure you can all recall how difficult it was trying to figure out things like paying off debts, starting a bank account, and dealing with credit. We must start somewhere to break the cycle of financial illiteracy, and the change for the future of our youth starts now.
Next is Christopher Savage. Having a problem with the volume? Or is that his video? I can't.
We're fixing it.
All right. Next is Brooke Aranda.
Good afternoon, MCPS Board of Education. My name is Brooke Aranda, and I am the Health and Physical Education Resource Teacher at Quince Orchard High School. It is with great concern and care that I testify regarding the potential PE cut from 1.0 to 0.5 credit. A decision to cut a course that is one of the most critical parts of our students' well-being directly undermines the county's very own Be Well 365. MCPS states that it is committed to the academic success and to the physical, social, and psychological well-being of every student. Student learning is our purpose, and we know that students perform better academically when they are healthy in body, mind, and spirit. Cutting physical education contradicts these efforts to boost academic success through the emphasis on student wellness. The goal of an equitable education is that students, regardless of their socioeconomic status, race, language, or any other factor, should be given opportunities to succeed in school and meet their needs. Physical education increases equity for students. In addition, numerous research finds that physical education class during the day shows evidence of improved cognitive performance, enjoyment, and lesson engagement from schools and students' participation. Having students complete 1 full year or more of physical education is the least that we can do to benefit their mental and physical health during this pandemic. Thank you for your time and consideration, as I appreciate the opportunity for you to hear these concerns. I ask that you all put MCPS students' physical, mental, and emotional needs at the forefront of this decision making and vote in favor of maintaining the 1.0 physical education graduation requirement. Thank you.
Next is Jessica Urbanski.
Members of the Board of Ed, I am a tenured and highly qualified teacher in MCPS for over a decade with degrees in child development and a master's in special education. I'm also a parent to MCPS students and a parent to a child with an IEP. Dr. McKnight, at the beginning of the year, you told us to prosper. P, positions continuing to become vacant across the county while you sit silent. R, retention of highly qualified teachers is a non-priority. O, overwhelming numbers of staff taking leave or resigning due to impossible working conditions. S, special ed services denied to students federally entitled to these interventions and therapies because there is no staff to service students. 18 elementary schools alone have no full-time special education on staff. P, parents and teachers worried about children who've endured trauma being asked to shoulder pre-pandemic curriculum expectations. Response from central and curriculum offices? Carry on as usual. E, educators, parents, and staff across the county rallied in hundreds outside of these offices. R, representatives from all 3 unions have and continue to issue joint statements calling on this Board of Ed to act for its staff and students. JFK said there are risks and costs to action, but they are far less than the long-range risks of comfortable inaction. Around Montgomery County, we are watching our neighbors in other counties and states care for their teachers, staff, and students, while this board continues to sit in comfortable inaction. Schools have added monthly and weekly half-days to allow students a chance for reprieve from the stress they are under, and teachers the time to plan, grade, and attempt to scale the ever-increasing mountain of work piled upon them. Other counties shortened every instructional day by 1 hour for students to create additional planning time. Just Friday, another county extended their Thanksgiving break the entire week, with the superintendent saying, "To our staff, we hear you." When I reached out to my colleagues about my words to share, the response from all, Dr. McKnight, was, "They don't care." Still others hired permanent substitutes. Next door in Howard County, they're paying teachers $55 per class to cover vacancies. Vacancies which MCPS has in abundance.
Okay, as I understand it, we haven't been able to get the video of Christopher Savage to work, so this will conclude our public comments. If we get it, we'll bring it back later. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Thursday, December 2nd. Sign-ups will open Tuesday, November 23rd, due to the Thanksgiving holiday. At this time, I'll ask if any of my board colleagues have any comments. Ms. Harris?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the PE teachers from coming out and submitting their video. I am a firm believer in preventive health, physical, mental, and I agree that providing that opportunity to our students in school to be physically active without necessarily with pressures of athletic competition is very important. And it is also an opportunity for students to find physical activity that they enjoy and can stick with lifelong. In the same vein, I really appreciate once more hearing from all of our students about the need for financial literacy as a life skill to truly prepare them for what's to come. And I do have to make a comment about Ms. Oman's testimony. I'm a white woman, and I would never presume to understand the experience lived of people of color around me. So I take time to work with them, to speak with them, to spend time with them, and I talk to students in our schools every day. Racism is not a wound that is healed in this country. These students' lived experience in these schools, in this county, every day includes acts of overt racism and microaggression. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Ms. O'Looney.
Yeah, I would also be remiss if I didn't thank our students today, Allison, Ramya, Shelton, Akash, Sophie, and Anusha, for testifying in support of a financial literacy graduation requirement in particular. And I also just wanted to highlight, I think, a theme from our testimonies today, whether it was about financial literacy or PE, is that it is our school system's responsibility not just to get students through the door, not just to hand them a diploma, but also to prepare them for having a life of well-being and an ability to contribute positively to the communities that they surround themselves with. So I urge our system and my colleagues to think about not just handing students diplomas, but also what that diploma means. And what it stands for. So thank you for everyone who shared today.
Thank you. I also would like to thank our students. This is why we do this work. And at this time, I'd also like to say that I take great exception to the comment that we're serving our campaign donors at the expense of our students. We do this work because we believe that education changes lives. And what I would say to that statement is I can't be bought or bullied. Did you want to speak, Ms. Silvestri? Dr. Daka? Ms. Mandrowski, do you have anything?
I don't at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're up to item 6, Danielle, sorry. The video's ready. Give us a second, Danielle. We're going to go back to Mr. Savage's video. Please play the video.
My name is Chris Savage. I'm a Montgomery County parent who's put 3 kids through Montgomery County schools. I'd like to address the issues of net zero emissions, climate change, and sustainability. I have 2 points. First, the board has a critical role in addressing the problem. And second, the need to address climate change issues in the curriculum. With regard to the board's role, unfortunately, the board is a major contributor to the problem simply because so many of its buildings, the schools, have been built and rebuilt, unfortunately, without particular concern for sustainability in mind. That needs to change. Board needs to commit, like the county is committed, to a policy of net zero emissions, which means all new construction and all major upgrades of school buildings must be made to the highest sustainability standards. Otherwise, the board will continue to make climate change worse in Montgomery County. But of course, the board can also be part of the solution by taking the steps I've just indicated and also by using the vast amounts of roof space to place solar panels, which will help solve the problem and also help mitigate the cost by generating electricity. Now, as to the curriculum, obviously our curriculum for our students should include enormous, elaborate, detailed discussion of climate change issues, including the science, the economics, the policies. But it's critically important that changes in the curriculum be accompanied by action. Because if the board doesn't actually take action to address the problems in its own backyard, so to speak, the phrase, "what you do speaks so loudly I can't hear what you say," will come into play. The students will consider the curriculum they're being taught to be BS. We don't want that, so please address the problem. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. McKnight would like to make a statement from the comments.
Oh, thank you so much, President Wolf. Again, thanks everyone for coming. I did want to begin by thanking our students who came forward today and gave testimony around the financial literacy graduation requirements. I mean, it was because of your advocacy and a number of things that we've heard from students in favor of financial literacy that I'm sure Ms. Looney brought the resolution forward as a reflection of that. And I just want to say, because of the very reasons our students stated, this is really important. Education is about making the content that we teach relevant for our students. And this is a big part of exactly why this issue is important. The testimony spoke to real life situations that students are watching, observing, experiencing with their families. And so the district does look forward to exploring this graduation requirement conversation this evening, so hopefully our students will continue to stay tuned in. I know this is a long board meeting today, but we do hope you stay tuned in just to hear that discussion because it very much mirrors what you said. I also want to thank our teachers who came today and presented advocacy on behalf of physical education. I must say, I embrace this and celebrate the benefits of it. It is necessary in life in a lot of ways to be able to have that physical space to be able to take care of yourselves. And I think at a time in which we all know it's really important, and I know that exists not for our children, but many in our community, and understanding the value of that. I wanted to remind the board of this. The board knows that the state did amend our graduation requirements, and that amendment of the graduation requirements actually impact our current 9th graders this year. They would be the first group in which these changes would come in and take place for them. And starting with this year's 9th graders, students will have to take a full credit of health. That was the change, and this does represent an increase when before it was required as a half credit. But I do want to be clear that the recommendation that I presented to the board would not increase physical education from a full requirement to a half credit. Or not reducing it, thank you, not reducing it. So I did want to make sure that we were clear on that because it is very important that we do have that outlet. I mean, it was some of the biggest joy to actually see our students participating in physical activity when we were on virtual learning. In some ways, it almost felt like that's what made school real to them in so many ways. And I thank you all for that. I mean, I think about our PE teachers, you were so creative during that time, and you know, when students did a lot of sitting. We all did a lot of sitting during virtual environment, and so that was a really, really important part to bring up. I did want to address the last testimony we heard, I think it was from Mr. Savage, who brought up the climate change. And I think it's really important that we think about this in two ways. As we think about combating climate, we have to address it, I agree, from a curriculum perspective, but also from a capital component. And we've offered a number of classes to our students in which we provided information teaching them the foundational understanding of how planets work, how human activity impacts the globe. All of those things are really important for them to understand why the trends are that we see today happening. But I also proposed in our 2023 capital improvements plan a $12.5 million bolstering the fact that we need to develop a commitment to sustainability. And in that budget, it does seek to improve energy and utility efficiency. And I think that's really important because that's a part that we should always continue to think about in terms of how we can improve. And so, of course, that includes retrofitting facilities, solar panels, all of those pieces that we know actually work to prepare us to be a better environment. And so I just wanted to say that because that does put some of the practice that you spoke about in the testimony into place. And so I just want to state that. And then it would be remiss if I didn't mention our curriculum truly does strive to teach our students a full factual history of the American experience. It does not go lost on me prior to the pandemic. We had a number of students come to the board and they actually spoke about how they felt having that factual information helped them be more informed citizens in what they believe and the decisions that they make as citizens in our society. And so I just want to honor that because I think in the work that we do to always go back to what our students say are important to them, and all of them, and cannot be missed from the conversation. And so I just wanted to remind us of that. But again, I thank everyone for the information that you have shared today, and I look forward to us continuing to give further discussion to our topics today in the board meeting. Thank you so much, President Wolf.
Thank you. Danielle?
Good afternoon. I'm here before you today to bring the annual legislative priorities. It's that time of year. We're getting ready to gear up for Annapolis, which begins in January. So you'll notice these are not very different than what you've seen in the past. We have maintained the format of a one-pager. We did get feedback at Annapolis that they appreciated the one-pager. We will have the most updated MCPS data on the back of this when we hand it out to the delegation. You can see that we're still following the 5 pillars that are both the MCPS and the Board of Education's priorities: learning, respect, relationships, excellence, and equity. There are two major changes, one minor and one major change I'd like to bring to your attention. The first one is we are continuing to have a conversation about maintenance of effort. So in the first bullet, in the first column, under learning, you'll see fully funding the financial adjustments that continue to be necessary. So last year we had put this in because we talked about maintenance of effort, and with the enrollment changes and the funding, we were held harmless. There is a conversation that may occur again this year. We are putting that front and center to say that we support that. As you know, we are not through COVID yet. The second change, which is a little bit of a bigger change, is an addition. It is in the relationships column. The very last bullet says maintain clusters in communities whenever possible during boundary decisions. I'd want to make a clarification that those boundary decisions are board election districts, not school boundaries. So that was brought to my attention yesterday, and so I'm going to update that on this document so that we can be clear. We do have a policy that applies to school boundaries, so we don't want to look like we are in contention there, so I'm just going to add that those are board election districts. However, that was an important component of the recommendation that we made to the delegation, and so something that we wanted to include in our priorities. So with that, I'm going to pause and see if you have any questions.
Does anyone have any questions? Ms. Mandrowski, do you have any questions? Okay.
I do not.
All right, I'm not seeing any questions.
Then I just need a movement and a vote for approval.
Could you move approval?
Move approval.
Second it.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
And that is unanimous. Well,
Thank you very much, and I will be back at the next meeting to begin presenting bills. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, we're now up to item 7. Dr. McKnight, would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you, President Wolf. And so we will begin transition. I will ask our Human Resources and the Office of Teaching and Learning team to come forward. I am thrilled today that we're going to have a joint office presentation. And I say that as I know the others are joining us. This was really important that we have this discussion today as we prepare ourselves for our human resources update that we're receiving today. One conversation that we have had internally is that this is not one office's work. This work that we do in terms of recruiting, retaining our employees, all of the programs that we have in place to provide pathways for our employees is very much ongoing working and planning that has to happen to make sure that we're taking care of the needs of our workforce today and in the future. And very important conversation we're having today. We've learned so much over the past year about labor, things that we need to do to think about how we attract and retain employees. Not that we weren't already doing it. Because of the pandemic, we learned that we needed to approach it in very different ways. And so I'm excited to bring the team forward today just to talk about exactly how we are bringing that forward. And we didn't do this alone. It was before the pandemic that we brought group members in from our community who had an interest in how we reimagine different parts of our human resources offices. And so they came in, were ready to come in and get their hands dirty and say, how can we help to figure out this whole office and the work that it does to sustain what we need to sustain in the largest school system in the state. So as a brief reminder, our focus of the reimagination vision that we started a couple years ago included how do we talent and recruitment. Secondly, onboarding and induction. That was really important because we knew that we didn't just want to hire employees, but we really wanted to spend some time thinking about how do they become a part of MCPS? How do the employees we bring on board value the things that we believe are important in terms of how we serve our students and our families in MCPS? Third area was talent development. So knowing that we already have a lot of great talent in Montgomery County Public Schools, how do we continue to develop that talent and take into consideration what it is that others desire to do as they continue to grow and develop professionally? And employee retention. So we know we spend a lot of time hiring our employees who become a part of the MCPS family, but retaining them means that we have to constantly think about what are the needs that they have, how do they want to continue to grow, how do they feel they're being helpful in the school system, but yet growing professionally at the same time. So those were the components that the reimagining team really grappled with. And so we said that we would come back and share with the board how we were addressing many of the topics that came up in those discussions over time, and how we would operationalize that into our work. And so we have our human resources team here, along with the Office of Teaching and Learning in Schools, and I welcome them as well, because as we talk about retaining and prospering as a school system, we also have to say, how do we prepare for what we know are challenges in our workforce, and how do we spend the time figuring out what those challenges are so that we are addressing them appropriately in the right way and in the right context. And we know that that lives in our schools, and so I want to thank our Office of Teaching and Learning in Schools as well for collaborating with OHRD on this presentation, and most importantly, this work, so that we can address the needs in our school system. So with that said, I want to thank you, and I'll now turn the presentation over to Dr. Nixon, the Chief of Human Resources and Development.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, President Wolf, Vice President Silvestri, members of the school board, and Dr. McKnight. My name is Helen Nixon, and I am the Chief of Human Resources and Development. My colleagues and I are very happy to be with you this afternoon to share this presentation. We will be sharing updates on the continued evolution of our reimagination. You will recall a year ago, we came to the school board to share with you the recommendations that had been made by the work groups with whom we had been working for several months. Today, we bring you more updates on our progress, an overview of our 3-year strategic recruiting plan, an update on the work we are developing aligned with the board priorities to ensure that our most impacted schools have strong leaders who are supported and inspired to lead. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. OHRD works collaboratively across and among the many offices in MCPS. We are guided by the established Board of Education strategic priority areas in academic excellence, well-being and family engagement, and professional and operational excellence. Next slide. Grounded with equity and inclusion, the Office of Human Resources and Development is committed to attracting, recruiting, developing, recognizing, and retaining a high-quality, diverse workforce to maximize organizational excellence designed to meet the needs of all students. Next slide, please. Last year, we shared with the board that we would commit to leading work that would impact the experiences of our employees across the district. The OHRD team has continued to work with our reimagination work groups to keep them informed, to provide updates, and to solicit continued feedback. Collaboration with our work groups is still as valuable to us today as it was a year ago. We have also added an extra work group, as last July 1st, the Department of Compliance and Investigations also joined OHRD under the leadership of Michael Simmons. As highlighted in this slide, this afternoon you will hear from Mr. Travis Wiebe, Director of Certification and Staffing, about the commitment of new positions, our strategic recruitment efforts, the development of the Grow Your Own programs and initiatives, and exit interviews to gather stakeholder voice. Dr. Yolanda Stanislaus, our Director of Professional Growth Systems, will be sharing the innovative approach that she and her team have designed in the areas of induction and onboarding. And Mr. Jason McCoy, Administrative and Supervisory Staffing Coordinator, will be sharing updates on leadership recruitment and the support of that office's work on the leadership development team. Lastly, our colleagues from the Office of Teaching and Learning in Schools will help to round out our conversation on leadership. While OHRD is critical in the recruitment and development of our future leaders, our partners in OTLS work with the principals in each school to support and mentor and coach shoulder to shoulder. Dr. Dyson and Dr. Moran will highlight for the board what infrastructure is for providing principals, especially at our most poverty-impacted schools, with support. Next slide, please. In OHRD, we are working very hard. One moment, I've lost my place. Is that the right? Yes, I'm sorry. In OHRD, we are working strategically and creatively to brand ourselves as a destination employer for certificated employees, supporting services professionals, and central services professionals. We emphasize our comprehensive benefits packages, our employee assistance and wellness programs, as well as investment in professional learning through cohort partnerships with colleges and universities and tuition reimbursement. We have also been working collaboratively with our SEIU partners in a future of work endeavor. This project is set to identify innovation in the variety of pathways programs that we have to be more proactive in anticipating the evolving landscape of work. We want to be able to meet these challenges over time and be able to better predict how we get our employees ready for future work, to develop their skills and their knowledge base. The employee value proposition answers the question, why would a talented person want to work in this organization? And our value proposition must be aligned with our strategic plan, vision, mission, and core values, and create an image that attracts and retains people. While you will be hearing many updates this afternoon on the various initiatives, please note that our team is scheduled to come back in February, where we will continue to provide the school board with updates on the work that we are doing. Now I will turn it over to Mr. Wiebe.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Nixon. Good afternoon, President Wolf, Dr. McKnight, and members of the board. I am Travis Wiebe, and I serve as the Director of the Department of Certification and Staffing in OHRD. I'm pleased to be able to share the work of our department and the impact on our students, staff, and community. Next slide, please. As a result of the OHRD reimagination work last year, MCPS committed to building our strategic recruitment team by adding a coordinator of future employment initiatives, a full-time recruitment specialist, and a full-time senior certification specialist. The commitment of these new positions has allowed us to develop our recruitment team in support of our goal of hiring a more diverse and inclusive workforce. We have increased the number, frequency, and target audience of our job fairs and virtual information sessions for potential employees as we work to continue to expand our candidate pools. The candidate experience is one that must be seamless and efficient. We're working to reduce barriers in the application process by redesigning the MCPS Careers website and simplifying the application process so that it can be completed quickly and easily using a QR code and from a mobile device or on the go at a recruitment event. We cannot afford to lose any potential candidates due to a cumbersome application process. Our staffing coordinators have partnered with all of our schools and hiring managers to conduct school visits to learn about each school's unique staffing challenges. There has been an intentional focus on ensuring that high-impact schools are prioritized for pre-screening events. Next slide, please. In an effort to reduce barriers and increase visibility and accessibility for potential employees, we've redesigned the MCPS Careers website. The new website, which you see here, is focused on making applying to MCPS as easy as 1, 2, 3, and includes easy-to-follow links to newly designed workflows so that the candidate experience is one that's less cumbersome. We've redesigned our recruitment literature to focus on hiring for excellence, diversity, and inclusion. Consistent branding and streamlined applications, including the QR codes that I mentioned before, will make applying for a position with MCPS easier and faster. Next slide, please. In DCS, we've collaboratively developed a 3-year comprehensive strategic recruitment framework, which is a multi-pronged approach inclusive of a robust recruitment calendar, leveraging existing and building new partnerships, developing and implementing a grow-your-own plan for our current MCPS students, inclusive branding, media, and communications, and alternative pathways to certification. The recruitment team has proposed over 74 external events to include previously uncharted geographies such as South Carolina, Texas, and Florida, and beyond our traditional Maryland, Virginia, DC, and Pennsylvania territories, with an expanded focus on visiting more historically Black colleges and universities, Hispanic-serving institutions, and Asian-serving institutions. Our team is also reaching out to universities and stakeholders, both internal offices and external organizations, such as Greek letter organizations, local nonprofits, and religious organizations, to increase outreach to these communities so they are aware of our hiring needs and can partner with us. We have actively invested in media buys on platforms such as the National Association of Special Educators, National Association of School Psychologists, and the National Association of School Counselors. We're also now partnered with the American Association of Employment and Education, job boards, and MCPS has developed a more streamlined process to secure highly qualified candidates while on the road by offering letters of intent. Next slide, please. As we work to address the critical labor shortage issues facing our system, we must reimagine the way we think about recruitment. It can no longer be seen as a seasonal endeavor with visits only to local colleges and universities. We see recruitment as a year-round process, leveraging all of our 26,000 employees as recruiters for MCPS. We utilize data to drive our decision-making, and we have developed a recruitment dashboard where we track real-time metrics. The dashboard includes a repository of resources for our internal OHRD team, as well as data and analytics for hiring manager. The dashboard provides real-time data on recruitment efforts, as well as tools, resources, and strategies for our MCPS Ambassadors program. Next slide, please. Additionally, we are focused on a before, during, and after strategy for building and sustaining relationships with colleges and universities and their students. Leveraging our social media platforms, including Handshake, LinkedIn, and Twitter, we proactively connect with students well before we meet them for the first time. We strive to arrive early, often days before an event, in order to connect with students and staff in their classes so that they know who we are and what we value before we're on campus for an event. Last evening, we were at Howard University and doing just one of those classroom visits. Again, another specific example of how we're ensuring we're building those relationships. During the event, students are then drawn to us based on their comfort and the relationships that we've built with them prior. After, we stay connected with students to ensure that they have multiple touch points throughout the hiring process. These strategies, along with the recruitment dashboard, ensure MCPS has a competitive edge focused on our core value of relationships. Next slide, please. Recognizing that 60% of teachers teach within 2 miles of their home, we're thrilled to be able to build the pipeline of future teachers and other employees. MCPS has embedded a Grow Your Own plan into the comprehensive recruitment strategic framework in order to expose our students and staff to the breadth of opportunities within the educational ecosystem. The recruitment team and our new coordinator of future employment initiatives has begun reviewing data of new hires to determine matriculation patterns and identify MCPS schools that see the most graduates return to MCPS. Over the past 5 years, Wooten, Sherwood, Damascus, Magruder, Blair, and Gaithersburg high schools have produced the highest number of alumni teachers in our classrooms. We continue to engage in ongoing conversations with the Career and Technical Education and Foundations offices, Career Pathways Specialist, and Partnerships Unit in order to identify effective strategies to recruit our own students and support services staff to pursue opportunities within MCPS. Our existing college and university partnerships present a wide array of opportunities for our employees to earn a variety of degrees in critical shortage areas. We envision developing a strategic pipeline of students who will return to MCPS as teachers. The culmination for students before leaving for college or university would include a signing day where all students would be able to commit to returning to teach in our schools. Next slide, please. Managing for employee retention involves strategic actions to keep employees motivated and focused so they elect to remain employed and fully productive for the benefit of our school district. A comprehensive employee retention program can play a vital role in both attracting and retaining key employees, as well as in reducing turnover and related costs. While attrition may be considered a natural reduction in the workforce of an organization, we want to ensure that we have strategies in place to retain our employees and understand why employees may have chosen to leave MCPS. Thus, we began a pilot this past spring to conduct exit interviews, which includes an exit survey and follow-up conversations. We are in the initial phases of reviewing and analyzing the data, and we will report back to you when we return in February. At this point, we have determined and will implement stay surveys, which will support employees prior to separation. Next slide, please. We are hopeful that the strategies and processes outlined in the previous slides will result in an increase in workforce diversity and overall applicants to our school system. We will continue to monitor the data quarterly and by leveraging the recruitment dashboard to ensure that throughout the hiring season and at the start of the school year, our efforts to hire for excellence, diversity, and inclusion have yielded a workforce that continues to be more reflective of our student demographics. At this time, Dr. Stanislaus will continue the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Wiebe. Good afternoon, President Wolf, Vice President Silvestre, Dr. McKnight, and board members. Once again, my name is Yolanda Stanislaus, and I proudly serve as the Director for the Department of Professional Growth Systems. We all know that when you have a relevant and meaningful onboarding program, you positively impact how an employee effectively acclimates to their new position, which in turn increases their ability to effectively serve students and families. As a result of the OHRD reimagining work last year and some of the recommendations made regarding onboarding and induction, I, along with several of my dynamic staff members from the Department of Professional Growth Systems, collaborated with the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools, the Title I Office, SEIU, MCEA, and MCAP to write a proposal for the Governor's Emergency Education Relief II grant. The state awarded 10 $1 million grants. I'm happy to report that we were the recipients of one of those grants. Much like the Teacher Induction, Retention, and Advancement Pilot Grant, which is in its 5th year of implementation and designed to provide targeted professional learning for first-year teachers in Title I schools. This new grant will support an innovative onboarding pilot program called Fast Track to Recovery. FAST stands for First Year Administrators, Support Professionals, and Teachers. This pilot will offer year-round research-based professional learning to 133 new staff, comprised of 95 teachers and 38 support professionals, in 14 of our schools identified as Title I. All of the teachers and support professionals who participate in this year-round induction and onboarding professional learning will be paid stipends for engaging in the learning. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. The goals and outcomes of this pilot onboarding program are to, 1, meet the high needs of students during the post-pandemic years by providing timely and appropriate training throughout the year that focuses on increasing the capacity of our new employees to implement social-emotional learning through a focus on pro-social behaviors. 2, elevate psychological safety for new employees through the fostering of a sense of belonging and attention to the stages of psychological safety, including inclusion safety, learner safety, contributor safety, and challenger safety. Through FAST and the professional learning community that it creates, new employees will experience inclusion safety by being able to connect and belong with a unique first-year cohort. Learner safety will be cultivated by creating a space to take risks, ask questions, give and receive feedback, and experiment with new strategies. Peer-to-peer learning will satisfy a sense of contributor safety. And finally, challenger safety will be achieved by the opportunity to engage in an action research plan that has a meaningful contribution to the school community. Third, ensure all employees embody the tenets of an anti-racist educator, as defined by our Equity Initiatives unit, by providing professional learning around how to demonstrate an everyday commitment to a critical reflection of themselves, their communities, their practice, the historic context of their learning environments. And finally, Promote all staff to see their connection to the students and achievement by providing a universal lens that all staff members in a school building are educators and have the power to build meaningful relationships with students and consequently impact real change. Through differentiated onboarding professional learning opportunities, staff will explore the various ways that their specific job plays a significant role in impacting real change. Next slide, please. Thank you. The ultimate goal of the Fast Track to Recovery Onboarding Pilot Program will be to positively impact employee retention and to build employee capacity. This will be measured through pre- and post-survey data, feedback from the participants, and ultimately retention data of employees in those identified schools. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Mr. McCoy to share some information regarding leadership recruitment initiatives.
Thank you, Dr. Stanislaus. Good afternoon, President Wolf, Dr. McKnight, and board members. My name is Jason McCoy, and I proudly serve as the Administrative and Supervisory Staffing Coordinator. Next slide, please. As part of OHRD's reimagination work, we held focus groups with leaders to learn about what they needed for professional learning. They requested more differentiated professional learning opportunities, ongoing support with the leadership recruitment and hiring process, as well as more training with facilitating conversations on racism and bias. We are working to address these recommendations. The following bullets are some highlights of the progress we have made to date. This year, 19 of 21 principals hired participated in our MCPS Principal Internship Program. New principals for the 21-22 school year have an average of 5.8 years of school-based leadership experience. New principals participate in the New Principal Network. In addition to working with a consulting principal, this network provides an opportunity for new principals to engage in targeted professional learning around topics relevant to being a new principal. This year, we have a 30% increase in the diversity of the current principal interns. Next slide, please. Principal interns selected for next school year, 22-23, will be provided an opportunity to share their desired type of school and match that will continue to develop their leadership. This input will be considered as placement matches are made for next school year. To increase opportunity and access for those interested in leadership, we worked with our university partners to better align the master's program requirements with the requirements to become an assistant principal. We saw an immediate increase in the number of qualified applicants to these programs. In addition to the year-round leadership recruitment support that I'm honored to do with the leadership development directors, we've been able to offer internal, external, and aspiring and current administrators support with the hiring process. In addition to those sessions, we are offering information sessions that promote leading in high-impact schools. These sessions will include a panel of current administrators sharing the passion, mindset, and skills needed to be successful leading in high-impact schools. Participants will have an opportunity to shadow and observe administrators in high-impact schools throughout the school year. We are also in the process of designing and implementing a cohort for those interested in leading in high-impact schools. The design team is a collaborative effort with the various school system offices, school-based administrators, community organizations, and our MCAP partners. This leadership cohort will further develop the knowledge, skills, and abilities of leaders to serve in our high-impact schools. The cohort will also create a space to celebrate and share best practices for leading in high-impact schools. We are exploring incentives for leaders working in high-impact schools. This aligns with the Wallace Foundation research around autonomy and hiring practices. Next slide, please. Here's a timeline for our work in the upcoming months. This month, we had an information session for leaders interested in high-impact schools. There will also be a feedback session with high-impact school leaders. In December, the high-impact school cohort application opens. In January, the appointment committee kicks off the hiring season, and the high-impact school cohort will begin. In February, the principal intern matches will be made, and we will hold a second information session for leaders interested in high-impact schools. In addition to these events, year-round leadership recruitment support sessions will continue to be offered to internal and external aspiring and current administrators. Next slide, please. As a result of our work, we anticipate an increase in administrator diversity, an increase in applicants for our high-impact schools. We will continue to monitor our progress towards these results by reviewing participation data in our recruitment and hiring support sessions and participation data in our cohort for leading in high-impact schools. We will also regularly monitor our diverse applicant data. We are monitoring these data monthly and at the end of the hiring season, and will compare to previous hiring seasons. Our work aligns with our DSIP's focus on poverty-impacted schools. At this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to my OTLS colleagues, Dr. Dyson and Dr. Moran.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Good afternoon, Dr. McKnight, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Silvestri, and members of the board. So happy to be before you today. I am Cheryl Dyson, Area Associate Superintendent in the 1 OTLS. We know the role of the principal is significant to student achievement, school culture, and well-being. The wraparound supports for our newest school leaders are essential. In addition to the existing new principal supports and structures, OTLS and OHRD designed differentiated experiences for all principals with a laser-like focus on providing differentiated coaching and on-demand support for new and acting principals, while also studying the needs of the principals in high-impact schools. In an effort to unify support to new and acting principals, OTLS associates meet monthly with our new and acting principals, focused on building a professional learning community where new leaders share best practices and adaptive challenges, ask clarifying questions, request needed resources, or just talk about quarantining. New school leaders are also supported during administrative team meetings, instructional leadership meetings, and staff meetings, with time for reflection to provide an opportunity for authentic leader learning and engagement. An additional partnership between OTLS and OHRD is the modified professional development meetings for all of our acting principals. The associates, directors, consulting principals, and leadership development directors support acting principals in the teaching and learning environment, focused on school improvement planning processes, management and operations, and whatever other supports they need. Often, these meetings provide an opportunity to engage in problem solving, leveraging the knowledge and expertise within the group. Recent agenda items focused on a deep dive in the data analysis so that we can mitigate learning disruption, as well as opportunities to problem solve around student wellness and academic well-being. Each meeting concludes with a focused instructional walkthrough to observe learning in action. Finally, OTLS and OHRD are partnering to hear from our principals in our most highly impacted schools. We are currently holding listening sessions to understand the principals' unique challenges and create a space for them to connect with one another and better align the professional learning experience at the district level to best support their work moving forward. As we hear from them, we use that feedback to craft detailed plans after each listening session. Together, we stand shoulder to shoulder with all of our leaders. These strategic touch points are in addition to the daily support provided by the Directors of Learning Achievement Administration and other central service staff. Our goal is to build the capacity of our newest leaders and principals of highly impacted schools to show our support and provide a solid foundation, not only for their success, but most importantly, for the success of our students. Now I will turn it over to Dr. Moran to share additional collaborative structures to support our school leaders. Dr. Moran?
Yeah, if we go to the next slide, please. All right. No problem. I think we need to go one more. There we go. All right. Good afternoon, Dr. McKnight, Ms. Wolf, and members of the Board of Education. It is very good to see you. I'm smiling under my mask. Good to see you guys. As Dr. Dyson shared, the support to new principals is a natural bridge to supporting the entire school. In that spirit, the vision for the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools is that we are a unified space of aligned support dedicated to achieving excellence, well-being, and success for all students, staff, and schools. Since July, all staff from the Office of Curriculum and Instruction, Office of Student and Family Support and Engagement, Office of School Support and Improvement, and Office of Special Education have been engaged in assessing the way that we collectively serve and support schools. This assessment recognized the need for us to maximize our collective skills and acknowledged by establishing a clear process of how we deploy support to schools in a manner that honors our commitment to collaboration, communication, and coordination. During the month of August and September, the operational support that was being provided to schools as we transitioned back to in-person learning 5 days a week by members from each office complemented this assessment by providing a window into the great opportunity we had to function as one office. Therefore, we are committed to the shared goal of developing and implementing a systemic response to intervention approach to support schools and students. To meet this shared goal, we have developed 209 service delivery teams, one for each school, through the process of analyzing student achievement data, student well-being data, and understanding the history of support that has been provided by key personnel from each office. It was critical for us to understand the established connections that individuals had to schools to capitalize on positive relationships that provide the key element to successful support: mutual trust. Instructional specialists, supervisors, coordinators, directors, and associate superintendents played key roles in providing input on their development. Further, principals provided key insights into the process for how and when support would be provided. Each service team has at minimum one representative from each of our 4 offices. These teams are fluid, meaning that members can change as schools' needs change throughout the course of the school year. It is important to note that these teams are standardizing best practices that have existed in OTLS, and it is not a change in our work. It is a change in how we work together, capitalizing on the diverse skill sets and perspectives to support schools in a unified and consistent manner. Next slide, please. Over the past year, members from each office have been partnering in critical areas of work with administrators and teachers at Albert Einstein High School. This work transformed into a service team as a result of working alongside the administrative team to develop a clear understanding of the school story. The school story was defined by examining multiple measures of academic achievement data, well-being data, student and community voice data, and needs of teaching practices across 130 different classrooms. Through this process, strong relationships were developed between Albert Einstein administrators and teacher leaders and instructional specialists, supervisors, and directors from each office in the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools. These relationships resulted in establishing a shared understanding of the support needed and a vulnerable space for the school and service team to have authentic discussion to develop a shared plan. This plan partnered representatives from each office with staff members to ensure consistent communication, the conditions for them to become teammates, and shared accountability towards the identified goals. It has been essential that our message is the school team and service team hold one another accountable, and that this is not supervision, but sharing the work to meet the school goals. These goals are not redundant, but are reflected on their school improvement plan, and the service team is highlighted a key resource throughout the Albert Einstein School Improvement Plan. There have been several examples of coordinated and cross-office supports delivered by the service team. Brent Cook, instructional specialist in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs, has been working with the ESOL resource teacher to promote co-teaching practices and instructional strategies to increase access and success for English language learners in English and science courses. Lindsay Cow and Alexis Lee, coordinator and instructional specialists in student and family support and engagement, have been supporting developing the counseling department into a professional learning community that is strategically examining course assignments to ensure that students are on track to graduation. Kat Malchody, instructional specialist in the school support and improvement, supports the math resource teacher in facilitating the math department PLC and planning meetings that focuses on examining student data and responding with appropriate interventions and instructional strategies. Phil Lynch, Director of Special Education, and Claudette Smith, Supervisor in Special Education, have supported the Special Education Department by ensuring that the IEP process is supported and providing the resources and expertise to ensure students are accessing the least restrictive environment. While all these teams provide different services, the commonality, as in the diagram, is always putting the school at the center of our work. Our communication through structured meetings with the administrative and leadership team, as well as meeting as a service team, has ensured that we are in alignment in our messaging and evaluating the quality of service we are providing by reflecting together. Now we'd like to share a video that represents this work.
I'm at Albert Einstein High School, where we are working to implement an enhanced delivery model. While central office has always supported schools, the difference with this approach is that it's more side-by-side support, really gaining an understanding of the school and its needs, developing relationships with the staff.
The vision of OTLS is really to act as a true professional learning community with the school, where all of us are bringing knowledge to the table in support of students and their success. The support that we provide to schools is not a top-down approach of supervision. What this really is an approach of collaborative support and helping them identify the barriers that get in the way of student success and well-being and come together as partners to find those solutions together.
For me, I don't look at this as here's a big wig coming in and again pointing and saying you go and do this. I really truly look at it as a partnership.
I think what's great about this approach is we're able to work collaboratively with people from different offices and bring in those areas of strength to what's needed.
This work allows each of our 4 offices to work together to provide timely, unified, coordinated, and responsive supports to schools. This work is more collaborative and more interconnected.
Our role is to come into schools and hear their story. We want to help them unearth the current realities, and their challenges are our challenges.
I'm there to provide resources and information, thought partner, and just really see what they need from me, because they're the expert on their kids and their buildings.
The work we're doing with OTLS completely aligns with our school improvement plan. It's not another box to check. It helps us identify our areas of growth. It helps us to look at what we need to do, develop action plans, and act on that.
One of the things that we've done is establish point people from the central office in the school so that there's consistent communication and a flow that goes back and forth, and that we're here when needed. We've had instructional specialists, supervisors, directors come in to support in classrooms, and that has helped to better understand the needs of the school, to examine instruction and engage with students to better understand the learning experience through their eyes.
It's authentic, it's organic, it's not just a point and go, it's a pass and shoot.
I really enjoy working with our learning and achievement specialists because they help me as a staff development teacher bring a higher level of support to our teachers. And they are like my coaches. It's bringing so much more to our staff than I could do by myself.
The supports from central office have definitely helped our department focus and reframe how we work with students and how we provide the care and the support they need.
This approach really loops everybody in, so all the different offices know where everything stands within Albert Einstein's counseling team. They're able to plug in their supports.
How do you build that relationship that's going to lead to the restorative justice practice?
When I come to Einstein, I meet with Mrs. O'Neill, and we talk about how we can support you guys as we implement the program. How do we model those circles for the staff so that way when we step away, that they feel empowered to roll these circles out with the students.
Another support is to work with the department heads to align their practices. So right now we are working with English and ESOL to align their work together and really focus in on their co-teaching model.
After that, we're going to either look at 1, 2, or 3 student writing samples.
I currently work with Brent Cook. Together we develop ideas, and those ideas are brought back into the classroom, and they're also shared during informal observations.
The work is more imperative now coming back from the pandemic, and that if we can bring in more partners and more resources and more ideas from OTLS, then we're just going to be working smarter and not harder.
Let's see if we can get to the last slide here. There we go. So equally as important as service to schools is having a clear understanding of the impact of that service. In the spirit of being a true partnership between the schools and the respective offices within the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools, there will be shared accountability for the impact or results that occur. As schools begin to initiate the support of service delivery teams, the anticipated or intended results are the following: mitigating learning loss, improving the social emotional well-being of students and staff, and maximizing teaching and learning time by providing targeted support with operational challenges. In order to measure these impacts in regards to the mitigation of learning loss, pre- and post-pandemic gaps will be analyzed through the evidence of learning with a specific focus on the measurement of academic progress results. In regards to the improvement of social emotional well-being, pre- and post-surveys that will elevate the voices of both students and staff will be collected. In order to assess the impact of the level of service being provided to the school, it is critical that we provide a mechanism to collect the voice data of the administrative team, teacher leaders represented across the instructional leadership team, and when providing support to the community through student and groups, their voices as well. This data will help the service team to make modifications to the way they are providing support, as well as serve as an accountability tool that can be reviewed with school leadership. Finally, in alignment with the district-wide strategic initiatives, it is the goal of service teams to enter their work with schools by supporting the foundation of the learning environment, student, staff, and community wellness. This will be followed by providing targeted support with limiting learning disruption as a result of supports with curriculum sequencing and pacing that is based on consistent responsiveness to student performance data. In addition, there will be a focus on most poverty-impacted schools by supports being provided with higher frequency and concentration. Ms. Wolf, I now turn it back to you for questions and a discussion.
Thank you. I want to thank you for the presentation. I was very happy to see that you are now focused in on leading in high-impact schools. I really appreciate that because that's been a concern of the board. I'm very impressed by this idea of creating cohorts to deal with the principal interns because, well, I think that all of our principals are great. I think that maybe there are some special skills that they can learn from each other and how to maneuver in these situations. So I'm going to start and see if Dr. Daka, would you like to start?
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. Very complete. I'm really glad to see that you're going to be recruiting in states that we have not been in before. And those are states that do have more universities and colleges that have to do with people of color. I know that Florida has at least one that has to do with Latinos, and I'm sure that there's some others. And I just wanted to ask about Grow Your Own. Are we working with SEIU on this? Because so many of the persons that work in SEIU, they're diverse, but many of them bring their own education if they're from outside of the country, and they could certainly be used to be teachers. So I just bring it up. I know you're doing it.
Thank you, Dr. Daka. Do you want me to just a quick addition about your question regarding SEIU? So certainly we are, and when we talk about Grow Your Own, we're talking not just about teachers, and but also thinking about our support professionals, our students in particular around, and I know we talked sort of, I think it was the strategic planning committee that we were talking about, particularly students who are enrolled in some of our career and technical education programs. How do we ensure that we are bringing them back to MCPS and to some of our critical shortage areas, but then also to when we think about growing our own employees, definitely the Career Pathways program, and I know that Dr. Nixon and Natalie Bordereau and David Rodich are all working on a work group there that ensures that we are building out what those pathways might look like for our support professionals, not just to teaching, but to other careers and positions within the system. Thanks.
Ms. Silvestri.
Yes, so I just want to say how thrilled I am to hear about the Grow Your Own. I have been waiting for this for years. I was a part of a work group that worked with Andy Zuckerman to develop a scholarship program for our high school students maybe 8 years ago. And so that kind of withered. So I'm excited about Dr. Dixon bringing this back to MCPS. I would love to hear more details. How are we going to let our students know about this opportunity? I heard about a signing day. That sounds very exciting, where students will sign and say, yes, I commit to being a part of this program. I think in previous conversations we had talked about that they would have opportunities to come and work in MCPS during the summer, that we would stay in touch with them during their 4 years at the teaching institution, and then that when they come back, when they finish, they have a job here with MCPS. And again, because we know our graduates are diverse and they're multilingual, I think this is a great opportunity for us to truly move the needle on our diversity and multilingualism efforts. And so if you could just touch a little bit more detail on these points, I would greatly appreciate it.
So thank you, and I will start, and then I will have Travis to also fill in. So one of the things that Mr. Wiebe shared at the start of his comments were as a result of the reimagination recommendations last year, Dr. Smith and Dr. McKnight supported the growth of some extra positions in OHRD, so we were actually able to hire someone whose sole position is future initiatives, and she is tasked with working collaboratively with Mr. Murphy in the CTE programs, reaching out to middle schools and high schools. She's developing her own, like I'll call it her own strategic plan, a mini one in terms of how we're doing the outreach to kids, the marketing of the program, and that's part of what we're bringing back in February, because we will have had an opportunity to really be part of visiting these students in their schools, having open houses for them, and then working toward what we're calling a signing day, so that there's an opportunity to bring these students who have a desire to go on to major in education, and then to build that, what I'm calling a back to MCPS pathway, so that as they leave, Tiffany Ann Goodson in our program is the point of contact for them, making sure that they want a touch point at winter break, spring break, an opportunity to work in our summer school programs, and that way really start building their confidence in being MCPS employees. So that's part of the arc of the overall vision of that particular position. It really is an internal introspection on how we're going to touch base with middle schoolers and high schoolers who are interested not only in education, but as Mr. Wiebe alluded to, who have other interests. If students are thinking that they have an interest in finance and accounting and marketing, we have central office positions. We are trying to expand our brand so that, when we arrive typically at a college campus and they see the MCPS banner, if they're not ed majors, they walk by our table. And we're trying to kind of flip the script on that. When they see MCPS, we want them to see an employer in Montgomery County who needs talent in all areas. So that's kind of my preface to that. I don't know, Travis, if you want to add something.
So the only piece that I would add is that we're working closely with the partnerships unit as well, and so that Summer Rise program, the opportunities for students to come back in the summer to, as Dr. Nixon alluded to, not just in summer school or other positions, but throughout the school system within central office and in other areas. We really want to build out that plan and what it looks and sounds like from start to finish, and it starts with getting out in front of our students and helping them to understand what is the breadth of the MCPS ecosystem, to have a better sense of what opportunities might be available for them that they may not necessarily have been aware of.
Do you expect that we would have a signing day this spring?
That is our hope.
Great. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much for doing this important work, and I look forward to hearing additional details and helping to spread the word. We have to really talk to our students and help them understand the benefits of working for MCPS. I have another question, but I'll wait till the end.
Okay. Ms. Mandrowski.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm really excited about this. So many different aspects of it. I'm very glad to hear about the focus on easing the process for applicants to get positions in MCPS, and whether that is fixing things electronically or having people there to help walk people through some of the process. I'm very excited about that. I'm also especially excited about the Growing Our Own program. To Ms. Silvestre's point, Dr. Zuckerman and I started working on this about 8 years ago, and it didn't kind of come to fruition, but some of the inspiration from it was from a program that the Mount St. Mary's college used to have, where they would their college would be funded, and then they would do a payback based on number of years providing service to the Maryland school systems. And that was something that we kind of really tried to explore. I don't know if this is the kind of thing that we could work with the program that MCPS has put together with SEIU, so that as kids do start, a lot of students that I speak to, they would be interested in being teachers, but they don't have the financial resources to attend higher education. So whether or not we are able to figure out a way of putting together a program where we could forward fund higher education, whether it be through universities at Shade Grove and Montgomery College, or whatever kind of partnerships we could work out, even if we could express to our students that they could come and start being employed with us and then perhaps continue their education through the program that we've worked out with SEIU. I think that is something that, would really intrigue a lot of our students who, again, want the opportunity to go to college, but don't have the financial means to do so, and feel that, there's just no pathway there. And if we are able to work something like that out, some of the things that I would suggest is, again, to Ms. Silvestre's point about how we promote this, I have found over the years that going in and actually speaking to the students in schools, and yes, doing a fair is great. I have that down as an idea too, but making sure that kids understand that it's bigger than just come down, and that we can show them that there are pathways for a very broad future through this type of program. Another thing that we had looked at was looking at which schools had the highest numbers of students who were coming back to MCPS, and really trying to target those schools that didn't have as many students who were participating and coming back. And as I was looking at the list of schools where our current new employees are coming from, I found it exciting that there seems to be a very wide range of schools that kids are coming from. But I also kind of noted some schools that I thought might be good opportunities for us to have some of the career and technology programs specializing in this kind of thing, like Seneca Valley and several of the others. But I'm really excited that you guys are putting the time and energy into to doing this. I think it's not only is it beneficial to us as a system, but it really opens up a lot of opportunities for students who might not think that there are some otherwise. My only other question that I really had in reference to some of the other stuff that you talked about, both in your memo and in your presentation, was two things. One is a clarifying question, and it was about the titling of newly placed principals. I was curious. I was confused a little bit in terms of, are we referring to newly placed principals as new principals or new principals to that school, or both? This is quick.
So I can start. In the memo and in the presentation, we really focused on 3 types of principals. So one are the new principals that the board appointed at the board table. The second are the acting principals. So for whatever reason, there was a vacancy, we filled it with a temporary person, but they need support just like new principals. So we try to pull them together, and then we try to differentiate the coaching and support. The third is really a focus across the district on school leaders in high impact schools. So I don't know if that helps at all. So we say new and acting. So new to the position and acting in the position.
Okay, yep, that helps because I wasn't sure from some of the verbiage. And I was wondering in our outreach that we've done, have we gotten any feedback from the members of our bond, from our bond members? Because I know that, that's something that kind of came together in an effort to make our educator, our employees, regardless of what level, feel more included and be able to connect with people that, they feel or they can see themselves in and are like-minded on issues and things like that. And I think that, it's an incredible program that they have put together, and I'm hopeful that we're incorporating them into the discussions of personal experiences.
So we had an event last week, Leading in High Impact Schools, and we had a bond representative there to certainly share his passion. He's one of our current, Dr. Harris, one of our current school principals, and he shared his passion and just the work being in a high impact school, and it was well received. So we are definitely in collaboration with Bond and some of our other affinity groups.
That's great. And then my last question is a quick one, and it is just that, you said that this is kind of the early design stages for a lot of this. And I'm just curious as to how long you think this will potentially take. We've been talking about our extensive outreach to HBUs and things like that for years. And so I'm excited that we're back on putting an emphasis on this work. And I'm just curious if you can give me some sort of rough idea about a timeline to when you see us kind of fully entrenched in all of this.
I can address that, Ms. Mandrowski. We're actually this is the initial presentation to let you know what the current plans are. We're bringing this back to the board with updates in the winter. So we're going to be coming back to you, I think we said around the January, February timeframe, because we know that some of this will be ready to launch this spring in preparation for next fall. So that's our timeline that we're working with. And then I did want to circle back to one other question that you had earlier. We are in partnership with Montgomery College and University of Shady Grove. They have the same interest that we have in how they would be able to provide certification opportunities for those who are coming directly into the workforce and for those who need certification for your degrees, like our teachers in education, how we are partnering to have them go through those institutions to get what they need to come back home, is what I'm calling it, come back home to work in Montgomery County Public Schools. And I'm so glad you asked that question, because we're excited as 3 institutions planning for that, because we've started to have the conversations around what is it that we know we have to put in place to address succession planning for our workforce, but most importantly, what makes people feel confident in going through these partnerships. We know that mentorship is important. While you're going through certification or in school to get prepared for that career, we want to make mentorship a part of that. And we also know and agreed early on that relief of financial burden of how you would have to pay for this is also a factor. So we're planning for all of these, and it's so nice to be able to do that with the other institutions who are also supporting our effort that we shared as well. And our human resource team knows this because we all sat down together at 3 institutions just 2 weeks ago to map this out. So thank you so much for raising that.
Yeah, no, it's so exciting. Like I said, Dr. Zuckerman, I know, worked hard on trying to figure out ways of forward funding, because while we as a system offer reimbursement for higher education, additional higher education and things like that, again, for some of our students, they don't have it to put up front. So I really appreciate your work on this. I'm very, very excited about it.
Thank you. Ms. Evans?
Sure, yes. you all have been busy at work during the pandemic. OHRD has not stopped, as evident by this presentation. And I do look forward to hearing from you all again in February. But it makes me think about the equity resource study and how we have really addressed the heavy lift that administrators have going into our highly impacted schools. So I really appreciate this cohort that you're putting together to allow not only for administrators to decide where they want to go, but to have a glimpse and to be able to anticipate what it could look like what the challenges could be, and even have advanced planning how to be creative in some of the solutions that they can provide to the school. So I really, really do appreciate that. So one quick question, not around this, but around, I see where you have 74 recruiting events going on and how we're going about recruiting using the various platforms. Are we able to track to see who's coming through the marketplace on Facebook or Handshake? Are we able to decide if this is a really good avenue or way to recruit?
So thank you for asking that. The part of our work is really on looking at the return on our investment, right? And so if we are physically traveling to a college or a university, we have to be able to track that within our system. Those analytics and metrics are so critical. So to your point, yes, if we met someone on Handshake versus did we hear from them via LinkedIn or Twitter or at a particular site, all of that you saw in the recruitment dashboard. That data is something that we're constantly looking at to make sure that we are going to places that are getting us the best candidates, and that we're also making sure that it's worth sort of the investment on the front end. So I'm glad you brought that up because it is a part of the work.
Yeah, and in the Grow Your Own, I liked how we in the memo how you laid out the employees that we're getting from the schools that they attended, right? And then from the universities that are in the area, the percentage that we're getting from there. But I tell you what I really, really love in this presentation, and it is one OTLS. My goodness, what a way to really get to the bottom of what's going on in our schools and help support everyone just right in the moment. So my question is, I see where we talked about that we have a development process for 209 cross-office teams. You highlighted the work that's being done currently with Albert Einstein. How will we get to the other schools? Are there a variety of people working with more than one school in a school year? Can we talk a little bit about that? How do we get to everybody? I know you can't do it all at one time, so can we talk a little bit about that approach? Thank you.
So, first, in terms of the creation of the teams, we took into account, not only where schools were with their, achievement data relative to the pre and post pandemic, but also just the special programs that they have. So, for instance, Bayard Rustin is a school that has a two-way immersion program. So we wanted to make sure that there was a point person who has that background and expertise that they're able to access. We're starting with the schools initiating this. So that the schools are able to reach out and request a service delivery team. So they are initiating that, and we have a menu of services actually that we're offering that is, it's been separate in the past in terms of by office, and now we've really tried to create it as one OTLS so that that service could really come from any of the 4 offices. So I don't know if that answered your question. I anticipate, as we roll it out, that it will evolve into it being initiated both ways.
Okay, no, you did answer. You helped me to understand that the schools are reaching out to say they would like this type of support, right? Just starting off in the beginning, and then. So let me ask this question: will we get, or can we get this time next year, an update on what were some of the outcomes or how Einstein was able to be supported after you've been working with them for an entire year? And that probably is part of the plan, but I just wanted to ask
absolutely.
That. Yeah.
I think we need to measure the impact of each of the teams in terms of I think there's a level of accountability on the service team that the school needs to recognize that we're in this together. So whether it's through voice data or whether it's just seeing those gaps that we've been looking at shrink, that we're taking partnership and ownership together of that.
All right, no, very good, thank you. It's been quite some time since we've been in the school buildings, teaching prior to the way that we did in the pandemic, and you all have listened and you heard various board members and what one has said, others have the same feeling, but I really do appreciate during this time when it has been really tough, right? When the work has been nonstop and go, that you all have continued to constantly think about how do we recruit, right, in different ways, and how do we retain, but most important, once they're here, how do we develop them, right? And this is definitely a way, and I like that we're doing not only that we're doing it internally and externally. I heard you all say some of the work that we're doing, so that's good. So that gives people an idea about what to expect as they're coming into MCPS, since you hear people say that it's so hard to penetrate and to get in, and we're trying to be open and transparent, and we do want good people that want to work hard and support our students to come to Montgomery County. So thank you. That's all my questions.
Ms. Harris.
Yes, thank you. I want to echo what my colleagues have said. It's very impressive vision here that seems quite comprehensive and things that we've been talking about for quite some time. And so it's nice to see all of these pieces in motion. And some of my questions relate to my own experience. In 2016, I was a new teacher in the school system. I was a CTE teacher in this system. So one of my first questions goes to you, Mr. Wiebe. You mentioned early on that one of the processes that's being reimagined is alternate pathways to certification. Can you talk a little bit more about what that means?
Certainly. So thank you for the question, Ms. Harris. And certainly as part of our ongoing work, we have a strong desire, as you can appreciate, of looking at non-traditional teachers who might be coming into the profession with perhaps either a different career or another path, and we want to make sure that we're able to support them in helping to ensure that they either have that alternative route to certification, or in some cases, if they have content and they might have some education courses or otherwise, that we might be able to explore conditional certification, whereas we're providing that support. And so what we don't want to do is we don't want someone to come in and be completely overwhelmed and have 50 credits or something that they may need to do. But if they do have a reasonable amount and we can support them in identifying a path either to a particular program or to a conditional certificate that then has that wraparound support and service that is connected both to the initial sort of certification and staffing piece, but then in Dr. Stanislaw's shop and of course within OTLS, when they do land within a particular school or building, what are the systemic supports that they receive, and then what are the individual supports that they might receive within that building to ensure that they're successful along that path. Because again, we recognize and understand, of course, that we are not in normal times when it comes to our labor shortage, and we have to think creatively and differently and outside the box.
Yes, thank you. Because even coming in with all the professional accreditation, I needed 12 credits to get the teaching certificate. When you're a first-time teacher is overwhelming. And so seeing that there's more attention paid to how difficult that can be and how we can support those teachers as they are both teaching and learning is so important. And the next question relates to that. You mentioned that one of the things that you all have done with technology is to make the application process easier and faster. Have you done the same thing with the reimbursement process? Because I can tell you, I was one of many that I know of that simply finally gave up and just swallowed the costs of my required credits because the process was so cumbersome.
So with regards to tuition reimbursement, there are some things that occurred when we were in the COVID context and people were used to dropping off mail or putting things in snail mail, if you will. We were finding that things were getting backed up. And so during COVID, what we did is we automated a lot of that process. We updated our website. We created voice over PowerPoint so that folks could know and understand how to better go through the tuition reimbursement process. We got caught up with all of the reimbursements. I can say to you that in terms of all, percentage-wise, when we look at tuition reimbursement, only about 1 or 2% are declined and or denied because they either didn't meet the requirement or because the class was not something that MCPS would typically pay for. The other thing that sometimes, and we've given grace for this, is people who miss the deadline, who 20, 30, 40 days after something was due still want to submit. And there are cases where we have accepted late submissions, especially because of COVID. But we have done our level best to automate the process, which has made things go more smoothly. Additionally, we are moving toward our new ERP system. And as we in Human Resources move toward a more automated, streamlined ERP system, our hope in the future is that it will be an even more seamless process as we continue to work, because our system's communicating. And it is, you're not wrong, it is a cumbersome process, but we have made strides to get as automated as we can. And then as we look at the requirements for our new ERP, we are putting those in there.
Good, thank you. The next question I have, it kind of combines a little bit of the onboarding and supporting, and probably also a little bit in recruiting, so I think this would start with Dr. Stanislaus. As a new teacher, you're excited about teaching, and then it doesn't take long for the extra things that is required, the meetings and the requirements and the paperwork and things like that, to get very overwhelming. Are we looking at ways to, when we bring in new teachers or staff, to provide them a mentor or even almost a mini apprenticeship so that they're focusing on their work and all the other pieces that take time out of your day and require effort are eased a bit, so that at the end of every day you're not just exhausted?
Yeah, and it can be overwhelming for a new teacher. Some of the pieces that we do have in place, as you know, the consulting teachers are there to support teachers as well. But in-house, working closely with the staff development teachers, and I know, of course, just the work that we've done with the tier grant, thinking about how the staff development teachers provide ongoing support for first-year teachers, second-year teachers. It looks different. The types of guidance they give, the time they give to those teachers. So not only do they have the support of the consulting teacher, there are times when principals will call me and say, I think my teacher also needs a mentor. So we do provide that for them as well. So there are opportunities for them to have that human resource and that human contact, a confidant in the form of their consulting teacher, but also the work that we do with our consulting teachers and our mentors, so that we can share with them, the school year is an ebb and flow, right? And in the very start of the year, everyone's really excited, the energy is high, and right before Thanksgiving, it plummets. So it's important that the individuals who are supporting new teachers know this and have the strategies and the coaching tools to support them through that process. So yes, we have some great processes in place. We have courses that we offer to them as well. You'll hear a little bit more in February about Life After Zoom. We're excited to talk a little bit about what that looks like for our second-year teachers in particular, because their first year was on Zoom. So we're really thinking differently because, hence pandemic, but even outside of the pandemic, the first few years can be pretty tough. And it's important that the people who are supporting them have that level of skill, the strategies and the coaching skills to do so, and the empathy in order to support them.
Yeah, and I would ask too that you pay particular attention to our CTE instructors who teach triple period, which I don't think a lot of general educators in our system understand what that means and what that's like. And then oftentimes you don't have a PLC in your building. There's nobody else there that's teaching what you're teaching. So you may have supportive colleagues, but who can't fully identify with the work that you do because that's not the work that they do.
Sarah, I really appreciate that, because as you were saying that, I'm thinking, okay, new cohort, new possibility. So I'll certainly bring that back to my team. I'm really excited to work with my team. They're very innovative. So just the thought of what could that look like? How can we cluster that? And how could we continue to work with OTLS so that we can really target that support for our CTE teachers?
Yeah, and I would suggest too, you may have already done this, but getting together a cohort of recently onboarded first, second, third year teachers as a touchstone. Asking more than telling when it comes to the needs of first year teachers. And I have one more question. I have more, but then I'll come back. Talked a lot about the Grow Your Own, which we're all so thrilled with. One thing I didn't hear though is I so appreciated you acknowledging that we are not just a system of teachers, but we have many, many, many other professionals that work with us and for us and support the work that we do. But I didn't hear anything about going to our CTE programs to recruit those plumbers, carpenters, HVAC technicians, construction science students who maybe are going forward to MC to get that associate's degree. What are we looking to do to go and meet those students where they are and encourage them to come back to us?
So thank you, and absolutely, that is part of the plan that Helen referenced in terms of the coordinator of future employment initiatives, Tiffany Goodson, will be connecting directly with CTE students so that we can do exactly that same thing, that same concept of wrapping around and sort of determining what is it that they're, where are their areas and how do we continue that conversation and touch base so that we can then bring them back to, as we know, those critical positions that we have within the school system. So absolutely, thank you for elevating it. It is certainly part of the plan.
Yes, thank you. And because you mentioned the signing day, which is amazing, which is the students making a commitment to us, but I think this is coming in February from what you're hearing, or what I'm hearing, but what are we giving them? What is our commitment to them? What is our support to them in exchange for their commitment to come back to us? So I think there are many things that we can do, and I really look forward to hearing more about that.
Ms. Hallouni?
I really want to thank this panel and also everyone behind the scenes who has been working on this. I know diversifying our workforce in particular is something that is of great interest to me, and I know is of great interest to a large portion of our student community. Many know that I've spent all 13 years of my educational career here in MCPS, and I've attended for the vast majority of that time very diverse schools, and yet I could literally count on one hand how many teachers of color I've had. I think it's been like 3 or 4, and I've taken 7 classes a day for the past 6 years. But it's really inspiring to see the work that you're doing, and also to speak with my peers and students I've been speaking to these past couple of months who have told me that they are interested in coming back and working for the system, many of whom are students of color. So that really inspires me, and I'm so glad that we are creating a Grow Your Own program that allows those students to have an outlet that they can look forward to. Because I really don't think that the benefit of having adults in an educational building who look like you, who speak the same language as you, who understand your cultural heritage, the benefit of that to your educational experience can be overstated. So that's just one thing I wanted to say. And then one quick question I had. I've heard some concerns from our community about the distribution of the new, specifically teaching staff that we get. And can't confirm or deny this, but I've heard from community members that it feels as though our schools that have a lower farms percentage, they have a much more experienced, older, wider teaching workforce, and then our schools that have higher farms percentages, our high impact schools that we've been speaking so much about, often get newer teachers. I don't know if you can speak to that. Any sort of comment?
So to your first comment first, one thing that I would say and invite you in your meetings that you have with students who might want to learn more about HR I would encourage you to maybe have this panel come and address some of your, students who might be interested in learning more about becoming teachers, and about how we recruit and what HR really does for an organization if there are students in your PLC that you have that would like to learn more. So first I would invite you to think about that and see where we might fit in on an agenda in the future. In terms of your question about distribution, one of the things that we do know is that teachers who come in to Montgomery County Public Schools come into a variety of school settings and can decide and determine how long they will be in a particular school or a particular area. We do know that there is sometimes difficulty with the retention of teachers at most poverty impacted schools. That's something that in the DSIP we have been puzzling through, looking at not only how do we incentivize our leaders to stay, but in what ways can we incentivize teachers to stay in those positions as well. So that is not something that is necessarily new or something that is a surprise to the OHRD staff here, but it is something that we actively work at and try to work with our principal leaders to find out how do we make it an incentive and how do we create an infrastructure at our schools so that there is engagement, so that the teachers want to stay in those areas. And teachers will leave for a variety of reasons. It can be once they have attained tenure, they want to be closer to home, they want a new experience. But I will say that in much the same way where we have some teachers who might leave a most poverty impacted school to go to another school, we do have a cadre of teachers who do actively seek the opportunities to work in high impact schools, who feel that it is an opportunity that they really want and relish. So I think what I would call an HR problem of practice runs the gamut, but we do address it and we do work with our principals. And I'm sure, I don't know if Cheryl or...
I'd like to comment on that note. Thank you so much, Dr. Nixon, for mentioning that. Ms. Alini, your question actually hits the point of when we recruit staff, we're recruiting them into a system to serve 209 schools, 160,000 students. So there are two things that have to happen. One is as we recruit and we think about diversity being a part of one of the initiatives for recruitment, we also have to look and say, well, where can we continue to create diversity within our schools? Our principals are very good with being able to call OHRD and say, this is what we need. This is who we need. And so the job of our Human Resources Office is to be able to make sure we have that bench of staff that represent all of these qualities, and diversity is one of those qualities. So when our principals call and say, this is what we need, we are directing them to those spaces. We also have to pay attention to, in our model of schools, how diverse is our staff across all of our schools? We are talking about this as an initiative here from a central level, but that's also a conversation that has to happen at every local level in a school. And so that's why you see the connection here between OHRD and one OTLS, because one OTLS definitely works closely with the principals on all of these initiatives around, how are you staffing your schools? How are you thinking about diversity? And diversity and opinion, diversity, it runs the gamut of what has to exist in all of our schools for the very reason you mentioned, Ms. Aluni. We have to be able to make those connections that are meaningful for our students. And so this is why you see one priority here being represented by two offices who have to work collectively on it, because there has to be an intentional effort to address this centrally, but it has to be meaningful when it gets to the school level. So the two always have to happen simultaneously. So they're hiring people into the fold, and then OTLS is having those conversations with principals and with schools saying, how are we making sure diversity is a priority, and what does that look like in how we staff our schools, how we staff our schedules, and how do we make sure the staff that we hire in these schools want to stay? That means they have to feel like they are a part of that school community and feel valued. And that's the retaining component that must exist on the day-to-day, boots on the ground reality.
Right, and just a practice that our staffing coordinators do is during the hiring season, the staffing coordinators who are assigned to their schools, and when they work with their principals, they look at their hiring trends, they look at the demographic data of their staff and really make intentional strides in that direction. And then do you want to?
Well, I was just going to add that each of our staffing coordinators have visited their schools with a focus particularly on looking at the demographic data within the buildings and trying to better understand and learn that school's story and what their unique human capital needs are. And that is a real push as we're moving forward and as we sort of think about, and that the fact that we now have a recruitment team that can be out on the road, it allows for our coordinators to be partners with side by side with school principals and hiring teams to ensure that they are making those connections and helping to inform the recruitment process for those schools throughout the hiring season.
Thank you. I appreciate that, especially what you said, Dr. Nixon, about tracking the data, about those migratory patterns. I think that's very telling about where we are as a system. So thank you.
Ms. Silvestri.
I just wanted to say to Ms. Aluni, if you haven't read the ERS study, I recommend that you read that because it brought up some issues around what you brought up, is where more experienced teachers and principals are going as a resource issue for the school system to work on. And along those lines, and Dr. McKnight pointed it out, is about one of my priority issues is principal retention. So once you get all this great cadre of new principal interns trained and in a cohort, best practices, how do we build the career ladder for principals so that they'll want to stay at their schools and be successful? And so, Dr. Nixon, if you could just talk about what your plans are for developing that pipeline so that they can stay and be retained in their schools and high impact schools in particular.
So last year, when we had our reimagination work groups, we also did an offshoot one on leadership development. And something that we learned as a result of those focus groups was that principals who were veterans in the role still had a desire to improve their craft, to still grow their skills. So part of that, it's not just the leadership development for someone who's in an AP1, AP2, or intern program. It's really looking at where principal leaders are currently in the role and being very intentional about speaking with them about, as you see yourself in this particular role, in what ways would you like to grow? What skill sets or what kinds of experiences would you like to have? The other thing is, when we talk about the way that people perhaps plan their career trajectories, it may be that principals have other aspirations too. But what you're speaking specifically about is how do we make the role of the principalship? I know, and there will be a presentation at some point down the road on the Maryland Blueprint. There's language in there about Tier 1 and Tier 2 principal opportunities. When Mr. McCoy was presenting earlier, he talked about in what ways might we be able to explore incentives. In much the same way a Title I school might get an extra stipend, a leader might get a stipend. Are there opportunities for us to explore that kind of approach? What makes someone want to stay in the role? And then I would say to my colleagues in OTLS who work most closely with their veteran principals, what do you hear in the conversations that you have where you think, a principal wants to stay in a role, or how do they kind of reinvigorate their love for the job and for the role itself? Because it can be very difficult, it can be very lonely, it is a very difficult job, and depending on how long someone has been in a particular position, we can't deny that sometimes there's just a very natural inclination, personally and professionally, for where I might see myself down the road.
I would just add also, I think as we listen to the principals who are already in existing high-impact schools, I'm on the DSIT for Most Poverty-Impacted School team. Dr. Harold Barber is on that team, principal of Broad Acres at Lelick. He has been insightful representing his colleagues to talk about what it is they need. Sometimes we we pour on resources, but they're not necessarily the resources that the schools really need. And so with the listening sessions between this cohort, our DSIT are having listening sessions with 6 principals starting, I think, tomorrow, to ask those very questions. What is it that you need? If you're a Title I school, what resources, what you want that you don't already have? Those kinds of questions and responses give us deep understanding about the direction we need to go, how we need to be innovative and creative, and it keeps our principals satisfied and happy in their building. And so I think Dr. Smith and Dr. McKnight were very insightful to think about these areas in our district strategic implementation initiatives, because they are very relevant for this time when we know that principal retention is not high, when we know that teacher retention is not high. Us studying as a district all of these different areas around well-being, around most poverty impacted school, mitigating learning disruption, teaches us how to do our jobs differently so that we can retain, so that we are not just a premier organization, but we are a thoughtful and strategic organization that really supports our folks. And so we're learning a great deal about, it's not just money, 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 but it's also time. It's also an opportunity to participate, engagement in some of the decision making, having an opportunity to process with them and not just give them. And so all of that information, I think, does help us understand the nature of the job as it is today, and to differentiate our support and our coaching and our resources to keep them in those positions.
Okay. Ms. Harris.
Yes, thank you. And Dr. Dyson, I really appreciate what you were just saying about where we know teachers aren't being retained and leaders aren't being retained, and going in and doing the kind of the hot wash about why, and finding out what they need instead of just giving them things we assume that they need. I had a question for you, Mr. McCoy. You mentioned in the when you were talking about school administrators, promoting administrators working in high impact schools. Could you say a little bit more about how we're promoting that?
Right. So we have sort of two things going on simultaneously. The first one that I'll speak of is designing a cohort for aspiring leaders, current leaders, anyone who is interested in what does the work look like in a high impact school? What is the mindset? What's the passion? So we are currently in the design mode for that. We will have more of an update in February in terms of getting that up and running. But we certainly want to expand. We want to change the narrative of what it means to be in a high impact school, and certainly having people who have a desire to do that work and who have a passion. We want to elevate that. And it's very important that people currently sitting in that seat have an opportunity to share the great work that they're doing. And also, as mentioned, for us to differentiate our supports and to make sure that, obviously the things that we come up with in terms of the professional learning and the content of that cohort is applicable to every leader, and it's certainly applicable to every school. But we certainly, and I'm impressed being new to Montgomery County, our emphasis on our high poverty impacted schools, that we have to recognize that it's a different lift. And the skill set is certainly important for all administrators, all aspiring leaders. The other sort of interest, maybe on a more informative scale, is the session that we had last week. We had about 30 individuals, internal and external, that came to a session just to hear about and to collectively have a discussion about, what does it take to move the needle in a high impact school, what type of passion and interest you have. So it wasn't necessarily a cohort commitment, but it was more individuals that just want to come and hear. We had an amazing panel of about 6 administrators, again, currently doing the work. So we hope to have a few of those sessions, and in between, allowing people to go out into schools to see the work in action is so important. So it's not just talking about it or hearing from dynamic leaders, but it's going into the building, seeing the work in action, and really seeing firsthand, what is needed. So we can inspire those, again, current administrators who may not be in a high impact school as they think of their career choices, to maybe put in for a requisition in a high impact school, but they have an insight where they never had that opportunity before.
So are we envisioning a parallel process to encourage teachers to come to our highly impacted schools?
Currently, no, we don't have a recruitment plan for that. But what we do is when we are on the road, and Mr. Wiebe can talk about this in a moment, but when we are doing our recruiting and we are meeting potential new teachers, what we do is allow our most poverty impacted schools to have first crack at the new applicants, the open contracts that we have. We allow the principals to do their hiring first, so we do prioritize it in that way.
Okay. Thank you. And then I think this last question goes to Dr. Moran, talking about, and I do love this one OTLS approach. I think we've all been very appreciative of all that cross expertise collaboration. 209 service delivery teams at each school. Who's on those? Because we have all been hearing from every association the overwork concerns. So who is on these service delivery teams and what's their role as this new approach begins?
So within OTLS, every instructional specialist, every director, supervisor, coordinator, associate superintendent is reflected on these teams. So there is overlap. There are members that may be on 10 to 15 teams. So we don't envision 209 teams being deployed simultaneously, but them being deployed in a strategic manner where we're able to honor the needs of the school. And I did want to just say a point that you raised that really resonated with me is that the menu of services that we're offering, we need to make sure that we are not telling people what it is that they need. And we've heard that loud and clear from the principals. The principals should be telling us what they need right now. So making sure that menu is collaborative and recognizes the times that we're in, and fulfills the needs that are occurring right now in real time at schools. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think I was assuming you meant that every single school has its own, comprised of staff members of that school. And so wondering who the staff members at each school would be that would be part of that work.
So the staff members aren't part of the service delivery.
Okay.
They would be, partners in the work, many of them, but they're not on the team. That's all across OTLS. Got it.
And then last, I have a great fondness for Einstein and connection there, so I'm very happy to see that partnership really evolving there. And a question you may not be able to answer, as this is such a new initiative, but Einstein is one of our schools that's had a lot of challenges when it comes to staffing this year. Have you seen the rollout of this partnership, service team partnership, assist or help them navigate those challenges?
So I think the most valuable thing that when you look at the challenge of the staffing that's occurred at a school like Albert Einstein is the ability for central office personnel to go into schools and actually fulfill a need of subbing in classrooms and being present in classrooms to truly understand the challenges that the school is experiencing, but also to gain credibility in terms of when we want to offer services or support down the line. If someone shows up, and showing up is a big part of service, right? If we step into a classroom and fulfill a need, when we have a different need down the road, people will be more willing to receive that and work side by side with you.
That certainly does give you credibility when they say you don't know what it's like, when you can say, actually, I do. Thank you.
Yes, and I just wanted to comment, thank you so much to the team for everything that you have presented on this topic today. It truly does speak to our commitment to, now that we're back in person, getting right back to the things that we knew were already issues prior to the pandemic that we need to come back to in our regular structure. And to your point, Ms. Harris, I know we've heard a lot from everyone saying, central office support. This one OTLS model, and I will have to hats off to the visionary of Ms. Rubin around this one OTLS initiative, really is about everybody, boots on the ground in the schools, in Central. That's our job. That's why we're here as a central office. And so making sure that we're there to support our schools throughout all of our positions within Central is key. And so I just elevate, and I want to thank you all. You did a beautiful job today in sharing this vision. And so
thank you for all that you do for the schools and in this presentation.
Okay, I think we're now up to item 8 on today's agenda, Facilities and Boundaries Work Session. Today we will hold one final review of the interim superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2023 capital budget and the FY 2023 through 2028 capital improvements program, plus the supplements. I'm gonna hold off a minute. If alternatives are offered today, the board will hold a hearing on November the 16th. If no alternatives are offered, there will be no hearing held on November the 16th. Finally, the board is scheduled to meet on November the 18th to make its decisions on the CIP. If there are items the interim superintendent is recommending that board members wish to modify, it would be helpful for affected communities to know about a potential alternative prior to the public hearings. Therefore, I'm suggesting that we identify those alternatives today. If board members wish to identify any alternatives today, they should do so through motion. If there is a second, a vote will be taken. 5 votes are required in order to place the alternative before the public for comment, along with the interim superintendent's recommendation. If the alternative is adopted today by the board, staff will notify the affected communities so that they may testify to the interim superintendent's recommendation and the alternative. The board will take final action on these matters on Thursday, November the 18th. Dr. McKnight, do you have any comments?
I know we are ready to jump right in. Thank you so much. Last week we did hold hearings and we had an opportunity to hear from community members. We also heard from our community members yesterday evening. And so through those conversations, I know the board asked us to come back and we're going to be revisiting some of the options that we previously discussed, specifically in the recommendation for Bethesda, Somerset, Westbrook. So we have taken those conversations and the feedback and the testimony into consideration, are ready to follow up today. So at this time, I'll turn it over to the team. You can jump right in.
Great to see everybody. Good to be back. And thank you for having us here. Yes, we are going to just review a little bit of the CIP directly and then revisit the options and the questions that you had asked yesterday in our meeting. So pass it to Adrian. Good afternoon. Next slide, please. So again, we are going to just quickly go over the CIP recommendation and then have some follow-up information for Supplement A and Supplement B. Next slide, please. So again, the superintendent's recommended CIP, it is $1.738 billion for the 6-year CIP. It is a $119.4 million increase from the previously approved. Again, just to recap, the recommendation does keep all projects on their approved schedule. It also provides additional funding for the following. You can see those 4 bullets: 7 previously approved capital projects to reflect increased construction costs and prevailing wage rate premiums; 2 new projects, Burtonsville and Greencastle Elementary School addition projects; 2 new major capital projects for Piney Branch Elementary School and Eastern Middle School. That is planning funds only, so it does have a TBD completion date for now; and new countywide initiatives and countywide systemic projects to address our aging infrastructure. So that is all included in the recommended CIP. Next slide, please. And when you look at it by the numbers, you can see the first box is the adopted CIP. The second is the total recommended CIP. At the bottom, if you look at the bullets, you can see that the point of this slide, and we've talked about this before, is that we really do look at the first 2 years. So it's a comparison of the first 2 approved CIP years, FY21 and 22, compared to the bottom, which is the recommended FY23 and 24. So it is a $103.7 million increase
in 2023 compared to 2021. It's a $146.8 million increase in FY24 compared to FY 2022. And again, overall, it's a $119.4 million increase over the 6-year CIP. And that is it. Next slide, please. And that is it for the CIP, the funding side, if there are any questions.
I'm not seeing any, so continue.
Okay, next slide, please. So we are going to go through some follow-up for Supplement A, which is the interim superintendent's recommendation for Gaithersburg Cluster Elementary School number 8 boundary study. Next slide, please. So just to recap, this is the interim superintendent's recommendation. You can see the graphic on the right, the zones, the new recommended zones, and I can just quickly go through them. Starting at Strawberry Knoll Elementary School, which is in the pink, which is in the top northern part of the cluster, followed by the teal cluster, the teal color, which is Gaithersburg Elementary School. To the right of that is the orange. That's the new Gaithersburg Elementary School number 8. Next is that green color, which is the new Washington Grove service area, followed by the pink color, which is the new Rosemont Elementary School service area. And finally, Summit Hall Elementary School, that is its new service area, and we talked about that. That is now a full walk zone for Summit Hall Elementary School. And again, the table, you can see the graphic, the data information for the demographic changes, the farms percentages, the ESOL percentages, as well as the utilization rates. You can see that utilization rate is for the last year of the CIP. So you can see, with the exception of Strawberry Knoll, all the elementary schools are now within the sort of 90 to 90, I think 6% is the highest for Washington Grove over the, or in the last year of the CIP. With respect to geography, you can see all of the zones, again in the graphic, are all contiguous, with the exception of Rosemont, which is a non-contiguous service area and was non-contiguous prior to the boundary study. I think we can go on to the next slide. This is for the middle schools. Again, the middle school recommendation is to have Gaithersburg 8, number 8, all articulate into Forest Oak Middle School. And in order to do that, it was a reassignment of Washington Grove Elementary School to Gaithersburg Middle School. And again, you can see the demographic changes, the farms, the ESOL, the utilization rates you can see for the two schools. And both of the schools, the service areas, were non-contiguous before because of the geography, and continue to be non-contiguous in the recommendation. Next slide, please. And again, this starts a little bit of our follow-up from last night. There was some testimony that was brought about by some community members, specifically regarding SK3. So I wanted to share a little bit of the geography. As you all know, SK1, and when we refer to ones in boundaries and zones, ones is always the walk zone. So you can see the very large SK1 is the walk zone for Strawberry Knoll. Just above it is that little sliver, which is SK4, and that is the end of the service area for Strawberry Knoll, and it is a non-walk area. So it was obvious how that sort of sliver came about, because it is north of the walk zone and it's the end of the service area. Right below it is SK3, the zone that was talked about yesterday. It is a non-walk zone, and again, it's a pretty obvious boundary or zone that was created because it is just south of the walk zone, but it is north of Mid-County Highway. And if anybody's familiar with that area, I think Mid-County Highway is either a 4-lane road or potentially 5-lane road, but it's definitely a 4-lane road. So again, an obvious natural boundary. And then SK2, which is just below SK3, rounds out the service area for Strawberry Knoll, as it is today, not in the recommendation, but as it is today. Next slide, please. Sorry. And so there also was some discussion about the distance from the new school and Gaithersburg Elementary School as it related again to the testimony from some community members that talked about SK3. So this is just, it is not travel distances, it is not bus routes, it is just, I wanted to sort of give a graphical of the distance, the actual distance of the two schools. So if you see at the top, sort of middle, those two red dots, that is like the middle of SK3. If you come straight down to the right, and I've identified them with the circles and then the text, Kelly Park is on the right. So from that center point of SK3, it's 1.4 miles to Kelly Park. And if you go down, it's Goshen and then Summit Road. It is 1.8 miles to Gaithersburg Elementary School. So you can see they are very close to each other. I know that there was some testimony that there is more traffic going to Gaithersburg Elementary School. So again, I want to reiterate, this is not travel distances or time. It is really just in miles. But you can see the proximity of the SK3 area and then the two, both Kelly Park and Gaithersburg Elementary School.
And we'd also add, just to clarify, SK2 and SK3 were relocated in all options of the boundary study. The recommendation of the superintendent is, however, the only option where these two zones go to Gaithersburg Elementary School and not the new Gaithersburg number 8. So I just wanted to be clear that with every option through this study, these two zones were recommended to move to relieve the overutilization of Strawberry Knoll.
Next slide. I think that is it for Supplement A. So are there any questions with Supplement A?
Are there any questions? Ms. Harris?
I mean, I think one of the things that we heard quite loudly last night was that the lack of participation by many school communities in this process. So once a decision is made, how are we going to make sure that we are in very real communication with the affected families so they understand the impacts of the change and when they're going to go into effect and what that means to going forward, if they're going to also have a change in middle school assignment, that kind of thing.
And I would say, so a week ago, 2 weeks ago, Adrian and I had an opportunity to meet with all the principals within the Gaithersburg cluster. Obviously, working through this boundary discussion, you can't necessarily identify individual families at this point until the final recommendation is made. But based on that discussion, we talked to the principals, is once the decision is made, that we would work with them to identify impacted families, obviously work with the OTLS team to go out to each school and make sure that we have opportunities to walk through this with all families involved. I do believe once a decision is made, and again, you can identify families, it makes it a little easier to navigate to those families and then link them to obviously the new location they would be going to, introduce them to that building, walk through transportation, walk through any of the nuances that are different about that building. But that would be our approach, is once a decision is made, is to identify specific families and then engage with both principals, individual schools, and obviously our OTLS partners.
And I'll just ask this question of you, since it's been asked of me and I have absolutely no idea how to answer it. As we've been going through this process, people have been looking at the materials you've created. I've heard from a lot of people just looking at the Rosemont service area, it just is very odd looking. Is there some history you can share so people can understand why this very unusual service area was created for that elementary school with the island and
we could certainly track down the history, but I would say the Rosemont service area is tied to two newer developments, whereas the balance of the Gaithersburg cluster is not. The one northern part of King Farm is part of the Rosemont, and then obviously the new Crown Farm development is in Rosemont. So, those split articulations, or the not split,
Island.
the island assignments have really always been there, and they've really just grown out of this development process. So, we can certainly look at the history of it, but I would say that, I do believe it's influenced by the newer developments of those two areas more than anything.
Yeah, thank you.
Continue. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see Ms. Silvestri's slide on.
Could you just go back to the previous slide? Just remind us what the advocacy was here. What was the issue? I mean, I get the distance. I can see the chart, but what was the issue?
So in listening to the testimony yesterday, it was more for advocating. I think part of it was, well, there certainly were some issues regarding community involvement, so that was certainly brought up. Specifically about SK3, I think it was, they did talk a little bit about distance from Kelly Park versus Gaithersburg Elementary. And then it was staying in their home school instead of being reassigned. But then there was, at the end, if they were to be reassigned, any other option but the superintendent's option.
But
so,
the two red dots is what again?
So that is right in the middle of SK3.
And they would rather go to the new school, which is closer.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Continue.
Okay. So now we will review supplement B. Next slide, please. So again, this is the interim superintendent's recommendation for Bethesda, Somerset, and Westbrook. You can see again by the graphic, the green is Bethesda, the orange color is Somerset, and the blue is Westbrook. So this is the superintendent's recommendation. Again, in the chart, you can see the demographic changes, the farms, the ESOL, and again, the utilization in the last year of the CIP. And the geography, of course, you can see it is all contiguous geography. The one thing that was brought up that we can that I will mention here, and then if there are questions, we can talk about it after. There was some testimony from Somerset about they're not overutilized, and so involving Somerset at this point may not make sense. We did talk about, and I know Ms. Silvestri, you brought it up, about the concerns about we cannot put an addition onto that school, and so having, and I talked about it last week during the work sessions, having some flexibility at that school, some room, sort of now is the opportunity to do that. In addition to the not being able to build an addition, there's also a challenge with relocatables. So that's even the first concern, is that when a school, as you know, gets overcrowded, the first thing that we do is put relocatables. If we can't put any relocatables there, or it will be extremely challenging, even putting it on their parking lot, maybe not even having that option, that is even more of a concern, because what do you do when that extra staff it comes to the school because those kids are there? So that is why when we did this boundary study, it was about absolutely relieving Bethesda, but it was also having that opportunity to look at having some space for Somerset, so that when it does become overcrowded, if and when it becomes overcrowded, we don't have to immediately worry about what do we do next. So I just wanted to sort of set that. Next slide, please. So again, and I know it's hard to see, although with this one it's a little easier. You can see over the 6 years, I just wanted to show this because it was sort of that 6 years. And you can see that there is definitely growth at Bethesda. There was talk about, again, the numbers, and we did talk about that we did use current enrollment information. And so and I think I talked about this last week, Bethesda actually grew just a little from last year. Not much, not significant, but a little bit, whereas the other two schools actually didn't. So where we are continuing to see that growth is in Bethesda. And again, you can see the demographics and the farms and the ESOL for each of the schools. Next slide, please. So this is some of the follow-up. I did want, there was some testimony, one community member that talked about the factors. And she used the word actually prioritizing or priority of the factors. And I just wanted to make it clear, and this was a discussion when we were looking at the policy and there were revisions to the policy, that these 4 factors, there is no priority to them at all. They are not ranked, they are not rated. When we do our staff developed options, we try our best. It is always our goal to advance all of the factors. It is not, and we say this, not every option advances them the same exact way, because if you're going to do one, something else may happen. But at the end of the day, it is our goal to have an option that advances the 4 factors in the way that is that works well for all of the factors that are included. And I know that's sort of a mouthful, but it is the ultimate goal that in total that option advances those 4 factors the best. And so I just wanted to put it out there for anyone who may have been listening yesterday and today, that there is no rank or rating for any, or priority for any of the 4 factors. Next slide, please. There also was some testimony about the options and the survey data, and that there was not really, what I got from it was not really support for option 1. Clearly what you can see is there is support, more support for option 4, but there was support for option 1. You can see that in the response. Some community members that answered the survey ranked it as their first, some as their second, and some as their third. But I just also wanted to just clarify that there actually was support for option 1, as well as more support, as you can see, for option 4. Next slide, please. So this is option 4. Ms. Oluni asked us to please update the information for option 4. So this is the updated information for option 4. As you can see from the graphic, it moves 2 zones to straight to Westbrook, and that is B2 and B3, as well as you can see S4 and S5 to Westbrook as well. And all of the other zones remain at Bethesda and at Somerset. You can see the farms percentages, the changes in the farms, in the ESOL, the demographic changes. Also the utilization, you can see in 2027, there is, Bethesda remains at 117%, Somerset at 81, and Westbrook at 80. Again, you can see that all 3 of the zones are contiguous in this option as well. Next slide. Thank you. What I think is important here, and that's why I wanted this slide as well, and actually I'm going to have them side by side so that you can look at them side by side. But what's important to see here is that from a utilization perspective, again, Bethesda stays over at 117%. If you look at Westbrook, though, 4 of the 6 years, it's actually under 80%. And so, again, when I go back to the 4 factors, and what our ultimate goal is trying to do is trying to advance those 4 factors the best way within each option, looking at each factor. And so this is option 4. Again, you can see the demographics and the farms percentages, and I believe that it was written in the superintendent's recommendation that one of the concerns regarding option 4 was the utilization and how it leaves Bethesda, which again is the one school that actually is growing over, and that would equate 94 seats to 4 or 5 relocatable classrooms. Next slide, please. Do you want to? So here you can see the 2 charts sort of side by side to just give you an easier than going back and forth. Again, the same information though. And the next slide, please. And again, here is the more detailed chart that you can see, again, side by side. You can see the utilization with the superintendent's recommendation. It is down at Bethesda to 31 seats overutilized compared to the revised option 4, which is 94 seats overutilized, about 100 and, I think that's 103, is that 103? To 117%. And then again, West Somerset is somewhat the same in both options. Again, providing some flexibility for Somerset. Westbrook, you can see the difference. It's 90% versus 80%. At the end of the 6 years with option 4, there's 125 seats available. Next slide, please. So there was definitely also testimony regarding 2 specific zones, one in the Somerset area and one in the Bethesda area. So if we look at the left side first and we look at S3 and S7, it is S3, the lower zone, that testified and said that they shouldn't be split between S3 and S7, that they should remain together. They are one community. We have discussed this at, if you're doing a boundary study, in order to have zones that you can use to come up with options, there has to be enough students to reassign that makes sense, but not too many students, because then you don't have many options. You can see Oliver Street. It is the green line that separates those 2 communities. It is, from just a visual, when you look at it, the lower portion, it is almost like that community is on a diagonal. The upper portion, S7, is horizontal. Certainly, they are adjacent to each other and certainly could be considered, and they consider themselves, of course, a community. But again, there has to be sort of that divided line somewhere. And so that is how we came up with those 2 zones. If you look to the right to B7 and B8, it is B8 that is being recommended to be reassigned. Again, you can see the B7 zone is more of that horizontal community. The B8 is sort of the end part of that wraps around, I guess, to finish off that community. Again, trying to find, and we talked about this on our bus trip as well, trying to find a divide is tougher in these older communities. What I did want to bring your attention to is combined, these 2 zones, B7 and B8, are about 1/3 of Bethesda Elementary School. So again, keeping them together is also an arduous task when you're trying to reassign and reduce the overutilization. And so you can see where that divide was that we created for B7 and B8. Next slide. And that's all we have for follow-ups.
Is there any discussion? Ms. Harris?
Yeah, just in follow-up, I've been going through all these presentations quickly. We did hear from individuals today who are still concerned that the recommendation is not cognizant of actual enrollment numbers, particularly at Somerset, with concerns that they're still projecting, I think, 555 students next year, where they claim the current enrollment is 429. And I thought we had actual enrollment data in one of these presentations from as of September 30th of this year, but I can't find it in any of.
So I'm not sure if we did actual, because if you could go back a couple of slides, and I can show you. That's fine, you can stay right there, thank you. So we do these charts based upon when the reassignment would take place. So we don't show this year's number, of course, because they're not being reassigned this year, they're being reassigned next year. But our CIP has the preliminary September 30th numbers. And as you can see on the chart where we say based on preliminary September 30th numbers, we use the preliminary September 30th numbers, which are the actual numbers to date, and use those to then project out the superintendent's recommendation and the what Ms. O'Looney asked us for last night, the option for updated information. So we use actual preliminary September 30th numbers that are in our CIP to then project out those enrollment numbers.
Yeah, and I think I think what they're trying to say, I can't say I'm absolutely certain, is that they are doubting, given current enrollment, that the projections will hold, because current enrollment is so much, according to them, less
Right.
than this.
And I understand that if there was no change, because if you look on the no change line, it's a little bit different. When we're bringing those new zones in from Bethesda, because remember, Bethesda is going to Somerset. Bethesda isn't going to Westbrook. Bethesda is going to Somerset. And remember, where we're seeing the growth is Bethesda. So it will have an impact on the enrollment at Somerset based upon that reassignment from Bethesda to Somerset.
Thank you.
Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you. You answered a lot of the questions I had in your presentation. The only thing that is not one of our factors, but we did hear about yesterday, and it is a concern, is just neighborhoods that have a sense of community being split up into what I heard was 4 different elementary schools, but maybe I misunderstood. Could you explain on that a little bit?
Sure. Can you go one more slide forward to the map, please? Perfect. Thank you. So that was the S3 and S7. To the right of S3 and S7 is also the BCC cluster, but that community goes to Chevy Chase and Rosemary Hills for K2, Chevy Chase for 3-5. So while we typically count paired schools as a service area, that testimony sort of split the two. I understand it's 2 separate buildings, but it's one school community. So the eastern part of what you're looking at to the right of S3 and S7, they go to Rosemary Hills and Chevy Chase. S3 and S7 did go together to Somerset. In the recommendation, you have S3 going to Westbrook. And you can again see they are very dense communities with lots of houses, which result in students. And in order to, again, to do a boundary study, to reassign students, to address that overutilization, you know, we have to sort of come up with those zones.
And where do the B8 students currently go to elementary school?
B7 and B8 all go to Bethesda.
Okay.
So in the recommendation, it is B8 that is being reassigned to Somerset.
Okay, thank you. Difficult choices.
No, absolutely.
Okay, this concludes our CIP work session. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. At this time, we're going to go on break, and we will be on break until 4:45. we're now up to item 10. I'm gonna. Okay, we're back. We're now up to item 10. I'm gonna ask Dr. McKnight to begin.
Thank you, President Wolf. Good afternoon again. On the October 5th, 2021 Board of Education meeting, we presented the revised strategic priorities for the Board of Education strategic plan, along with the proposed objectives and indicators. Today, we're going to present the baseline and target data points, along with examples of strategies. We're also going to explain how the feedback from the October 5th meeting was used and incorporated into this plan more specifically. As a reminder, this process started last spring. The Board of Education Strategic Planning Committee synthesized the priorities from 7 to 3, and the 3 priorities are academic excellence, well-being and family engagement, and professional and operational excellence. Staff in the Office of Shared Accountability and the Office of Strategic Initiatives worked together this summer to obtain feedback on the priorities and objectives from diverse stakeholders. Staff has collaborated with the Strategic Planning Committee and all offices within MCPS to develop the plan that we're going to present to you today. So the goal of today's presentation is for the board to vote to adopt the strategic plan. Thank you so much for all the work that you all have done on this, and at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. John Lansman.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Good afternoon, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Silvestri, and the board. My name is John Lansman, and I serve as the Executive Director in the Office of Strategic Initiatives. I'm excited to be here to talk about the Board of Education's strategic plan. With me is Dr. Keisha Addison, the Director of the Office of Shared Accountability. Dr. Addison and I will give today's presentation, but we have a number of colleagues in the virtual audience who are ready to answer your questions. As Dr. McKnight mentioned, the purpose of today's presentation is to vote on the strategic plan. Strategic planning is the process of setting goals, deciding on actions to achieve those goals, and mobilizing the resources needed to take those actions. A strategic plan describes how goals will be achieved through the use of available resources. It's a way to align the broader community around better student outcomes and responding to changing demographics. Next slide, please. Actually, one more, please. This year's strategic plan is organized around 3 priorities: academic excellence, well-being and family engagement, and professional and operational excellence. It is grounded in our core values of respect, relationships, equity, excellence, and learning. Next slide. As we review the strategic plan today, we cannot forget the fact that it was created in the midst of a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. Every aspect of how our families and staff live their lives has been altered, and every structure that supported the education of 160,000 students was suddenly cracked as all life ground to a halt in March 2019. While in-person instruction is back for most students and staff, what we lost 20 months ago has yet to return. The truth is that the pandemic exasperated but did not cause the cracks in our system. Despite our love for all children, committed leaders and staff who work long hours, strong community support, overall data that outperforms most districts around the country, and our core value of equity, we have not met all measures set by the Board of Education for all our students. The pandemic taught us that we cannot go back to doing business the way we were doing things before COVID-19. It also taught us that when people and institutions come together, great things can happen. For these reasons, the strategic plan is designed to be a living document. In a minute, we will review the board's priorities along with expected outcomes, performance targets, and strategies that will be implemented to reach the outcomes. But first, I want to remind you about 2 structures that help make this strategic plan more responsive and effective. Next slide. The first structure is the District Strategic Initiatives Implementation Plan, or DSIP, that can ensure we are getting broader and more frequent feedback on our strategies so that we can adapt without waiting until the end of the year. The DSIP is composed of 127 MCPS staff, students, and community members. The participants work in 5 project teams to analyze data, review the impact of strategies, and suggest new ways to meet our goals and outcomes. Next slide. The second structure is the anti-racist system audit that will help MCPS better understand the historic barriers that have led to persistent inequitable outcomes. As you have seen in the data, racial disparities exist in almost every area of MCPS, from reading levels, participation in higher level classes, graduation rates, suspension, and discipline. These disparities have been exacerbated by COVID-19, and the audit will provide insight into whether the strategic plan strategies are the right ones. Next slide. As we review and implement the strategic plan, it's important that we do so through an anti-racist lens. While there are many definitions, we believe anti-racism is actively working to ensure racial justice by identifying, interrupting, and dismantling racist practices, policies, and attitudes that disproportionately harm communities of color. Now that we have that lens, we will go over the details of the strategic plan. We will take one priority area at a time. Dr. Addison will go over the outcomes, indicators, performance targets, and a few of the key strategies for each priority area. We will break for discussion after each priority. A more comprehensive list of the priority strategies that align with each objective can be found in the memo provided to the board in advance of the meeting. It is also important to note that while the strategic plan provides an overview of the key strategies, more depth on the strategies is provided at other board presentations. For example, the details of what we will discuss in priority 3 was presented earlier today by the Office of Human Resources. Now I'll turn it over to Dr. Keisha Addison.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Ms. Wolf, Dr. McKnight, and members of the Board of Education. There are 3 strategic priority areas that will be presented this afternoon. The first slide for each priority area serves as a quick reference guide for you in that it provides information on the objectives under the priority area, highlights of key strategies that will help us meet the objectives, and at the bottom of the slide are our metrics of success. Along with the objectives, indicators, baseline data from the 2020-2021 school year, and performance targets for the 2024-2025 school year, which will be presented on the next few slides. This slide provides an overview of strategic priority area 1, academic excellence. There are 7 objectives under this area. To the right, again, key strategies are indicated with the full list of strategies included in the memo, as Mr. Landsman stated. And again, at the bottom of the slide are indicators we will use to determine our success and progress. I will go into more detail on the next few slides about each objective and the associated indicators. Additionally, I will share data that serves as baseline for developing the 2024-2025 performance targets. Next slide, please. For this first objective, improve achievement in literacy and mathematics, the indicators are those aligned to our all-in equity and achievement framework. The first is the percent of students meeting evidence of learning attainment in literacy and mathematics. Detailed on the slide are the 2020-2021 baseline data for all students, and beside it is the 2024-2025 performance target, which is 90%. For clarity, the performance targets are for the 2024-2025 school year, and it is not the target leading up to each year. Incremental targets will be developed to help us gauge how we are progressing to meet the target. The next 2 indicators under this objective are components from the equity accountability model. As a reminder, the equity accountability model focuses on the extent to which students in our focus groups are meeting expectations and uses an average or mean score. The 2024-2025 target score for the academic achievement component, which focuses on the performance of students in the focus groups, is 2.6. The 2024-2025 target for students with disabilities, as measured using the equity accountability model, is also 2.6. We will be bringing more information about the equity accountability model to the board in early 2022. Next slide, please. For the next objective, increase the percentages of students graduating high school, there are 3 associated indicators. The first is the 4-year graduation rate with the 2024-2025 target of 95%. The next is the 5-year graduation rate, which also has a target of 95%. It is important to note that the baseline data for these are lagging data based on when they are released from Maryland State Department of Education. The third indicator is the graduation rate component overall score, which is a component within the equity accountability model, and the performance target is 3.0. Next slide, please. The next objective is to increase access to enriched and accelerated opportunities for students in underrepresented groups, specifically students receiving free and reduced price meal system services or FARMS services, special education, and ESOL services. You will notice the baseline numbers for each of these service groups with the performance target for 2024-2025 to increase by 25%. Next slide, please. There are 2 objectives presented on this slide. The first is to increase Maryland college and career readiness rates, which has a performance target of 100%. The next objective, which is to improve completion rates to career and technical education programs, has the indicator of the percent of the graduating class completing a CTE program, which has a performance target of 45%. Next slide, please. These are the last 2 objectives under Priority Area 1. The first objective is to increase post-secondary education enrollment, which has a 75% performance target. For this indicator, the baseline for class of 2019 was used instead of 2020, which was impacted by the pandemic. The last objective under this priority area is to increase training opportunities for all students, which has an indicator of the percent of the graduating class accessing work-based learning. I will now turn it back over to you, Ms. Wolf, for board discussion.
Are there any questions? Please turn on your light. Not seeing any.
All right, next slide, please. 2 slides. 1 more, please. Thank you. We will now transition to the second priority area, which is well-being and family engagement. Again, this slide serves to provide an overview of the 3 objectives for this priority area, key strategies, and indicators that will serve as our metric of success. Next slide, please. The first objective under well-being and family engagement is to promote positive, caring, and supportive school climates respectful of students and staff. The first indicator is family, student, and staff feedback surveys. Under the baseline column, it is indicated as new given the pandemic and the limitations to distributing surveys to stakeholders. Surveys will be administered this school year and will serve as our baseline. The next indicator is district-provided training for students and staff to promote positive school culture. This is still in progress in terms of identifying the baseline data, but what is included is the Culture of Respect student training module that was implemented last school year and had a completion rate of 52%, with our performance target being 100%. The next indicator is district-provided health and wellness programs for students and staff. This is indicated as new, given this was added in response to the pandemic. We continue to cull through our existing opportunities to provide baseline data in this area. Next slide, please. Next is the objective to implement school-level practices to support effective behavioral health management systems. With this objective, there are 4 associated indicators. The first indicator is the percent of schools implementing restorative practices, where our 2024-2025 target is 100%. The next indicator is the percent of schools implementing social-emotional learning curriculum, which is indicated as new, given the rollout is beginning this school year. And again, the performance target is 100%. The next 2 indicators under this objective are based on feedback and input from board members. The first indicator is the percent of Black or African American and Hispanic Latino students receiving office referrals for disrespect, disruption, and insubordination. The baseline percentage represents the combined number for these two student groups who received office referrals in these areas, and the performance target is to reduce the overall percentage to 50%. The next indicator is the percentage of Black or African American students and Hispanic Latino students receiving out-of-school suspensions for disrespect and insubordination, and disruption, I'm sorry. Again, the baseline percentage is the combined total for both student groups, and the performance target is 50%. Next slide, please. The last objective under this priority area is to implement culturally responsive family engagement that promotes two-way communication and empowers all families to be partners with MCPS to ensure student learning. There are 4 indicators for this objective. The first indicator is the number of family workshops and outreach events, and the performance target is to increase the number by 20%. The next indicator is the percent of families with parent view activations. Our baseline percentage is 62%, and the performance target is 100% of families with parent view activation. The third indicator under this area is the percent of community stakeholder groups represented on district committees. This will help us actualize the objective to promote two-way communication. And then the last indicator under this objective is innovative communication strategies used to reach families. This one will require us to conduct an inventory of existing strategies and determine through best practices ways to reach more families. This ends this portion of the strategic priority area 2. Back to you, Ms. Wolf, and the board for questions or discussion.
Does anybody have any questions? Ms. Harris?
Yes, thank you. And I have a question which I think rolls into some of our lived experience of this school year so far as we're embarking on this journey. And that goes to, we've all known that everybody walking back into our buildings this fall, families, students, staff, have been through a very traumatizing experience of COVID. And we were expecting to see people struggle and being prepared to support them. And we've seen some high-profile incidents reported in our schools. But I think what's not been reported perhaps so much is the creative response that the school system has been mounting. And I just thought this might be a good time to just very briefly, perhaps Dr. McKnight could share just a little bit about how OTSL has been embodying some of these strategies and these initiatives already to meet some of these strategic goals.
I think that's a great question, Ms. Harris. And just to go back, and then I'm going to have asked Ms. Rubin to just talk about some of the things that we've been doing in her shop to support. I think coming back this year, as you said, have presented a number of circumstances that we are all just kind of going through as we have figured out students being back together after such a long period of time has happened. A few of the things that we have done that I think really speaks to the well-being and family engagement is, and I said that I wanted Ms. Rubin to speak to this because they have been doing such an exceptional job with this, is one, first, identifying what is the basis of some of the issues that actually come up. I mean, we're finding out from students it could be things that has come as pain factors for families during the pandemic. It could have been issues students may have had prior to the pandemic. Now that they're back together, it's bubbling up. One strategy that I think has really given us a lot of leverage is the transparency with the community and having the community meetings immediately when a lot of these things happen. I called that one out specifically because this whole part of the strategic plan is around well-being and family engagement. And what we know about schools is whenever there's a problem, we can't figure it out in isolation what to do if it's involving a student if we don't bring the community, whether it's that student's families and others who are involved, into the fold and having a true discussion about it. So that's been one of the strategies that we have used that I find very successful, that we didn't do as much of prior to the pandemic, but truly is about how do we engage the community and have them as a part of figuring out how to bring resolution to these situations, more so than we've done before. I mean, in terms of family engagement, really thinking about those well-being teams. Those were established during the pandemic, but now that students are back, really thinking about how all of the components of those well-being teams are doing that proactive outreach to families so that if situations are arising that come up as stressful pain points for students in school, whether it's a conflict or a need not being met, we have trusted individuals who have established relationship with those families to be able to address that. So I say that just to name a few, but those are some of the examples of things that we've done to try to bring the fold into how we engage families, not in a reactive way all the time, but also in proactive ways. If anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Rubin, to that list.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. McKnight. I think you covered it really well. I think the only other thing that I'll add is really our engagement to meet our families where they are. So I think in the past, we relied heavily on having meetings in our central locations. I think SFSE, in partnership with other spaces, has done a really good job of pushing out into the community. I think our partnerships with Street Outreach Network, with many aspects and parts of DHHS has allowed us, even if you take a look at the collaboration that happened with coming up with the newcomer and how we would do that work. That's a lot of grassroots, grass level work that we're engaging in. And I think even looking to really broaden, making sure we have a lot of bilingual, trilingual staff that are able to be in the communities, communicate with our parents. So those are ways in which we've really stepped that up quite a bit. And I think even if you visited some of the vaccination sites, you would see that present. In the staff that's there, the languages they speak, and just us being in the community, really pushing the issue rather than expecting the community to come to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi. Does anybody else have any questions? I just want to understand a couple of things. I notice here under priority, okay, the one on implement school level practices to support effective and efficient behavioral health management. So you have out of school suspensions and you have referrals. But a lot of our students are losing academic time on in-school suspension. So where are you capturing that data?
So in-school suspensions wasn't a discussion that was elevated in terms of an indicator. And I think, and I'm hoping if Mr. Monteleone might be there or Mr. Davis, but one of the things that one would expect in terms of in-school suspension is that students are still, they're in school, so they still have access to the materials or the courses that they and the assignments that they could be doing as opposed to out of school.
I also want to address that. So in-school suspension, that really doesn't exist in the way that we really don't have in-school suspension. We have some practices where if a student needs a break, we may bounce them out for a short period of time. The goal is always to bring them back into the community of their classrooms to be engaged, but the in-school suspension model really does not exist.
I don't know. We used to have that, but we had a person who was in charge of it, and the kids would go down to that person. That person would get the work, and the students were working in the room, but we haven't had that for a while.
Okay. Now, the only other question I had is on the next one, where it says percent of community stakeholder groups represented on district committees. I was just curious as to how you know when you get to 100%.
So one of the things we did for this one, and we continue to do, is think about all of the community stakeholder groups in our county that we want to have engaged with the work that we're doing. And so we want to ensure, for example, that there's representation across all stakeholder groups. So when we look at our district strategic initiatives implementation planning team, we think about who are the representative stakeholder groups that are there. And so do we have representatives from, for example, Identity or the Black and Brown Coalition or other organizations who have vested interest in the work that we're doing in the district? And so this is our starting point for this data point. And as we continue to have additional stakeholder groups and committee groups, we look to ensure that we have representation across all and not just certain population or groups represented across multiple committees.
I understand that. I just wanted to know how you know when you get to 100%.
So let's say, for example, we have 30. So the first part is knowing how many stakeholder groups we have, and then ensuring that we have at least one representative across all of those stakeholder groups. So that's the first point, is identifying who are our stakeholder groups in the county. And then once we know that number, then we can build toward that 100%.
That's a lofty goal, because there's always some group out there that you're going to miss, and I just wondered about saying 100%. I mean, if you could define it in terms of representation that reflects our community, okay. But to say 100% of stakeholder groups is, to me, I don't know how you meet that goal. So am I seeing any other questions? Seeing none, go ahead.
All right, if we could pull the slide deck back up, please. If we could pull the slides back up, please. Oh, all righty then. Thank you. So we'll keep going until they catch up with the slides.
Figure it out?
Yes.
We have a copy.
So the third priority area is professional and operational excellence, and there are 8 objectives under this priority area. And again, for that first slide, you have the key strategies and the indicators that will serve as the metrics of success. And so on the next slide, the first objective is to increase district-wide culturally relevant professional learning for all staff to support our goal of equity and to increase their capacity for teaching. And under this objective are 3 indicators. The first indicator is the number of teachers and leaders completing district professional development focused on instructional strategies. If you could go to strategic plan priority area 3, please. One more slide, please. Thank you. Our baseline data reveals 12,635 staff, which, although not indicated here, is across 351 courses. And as part of the board meeting, there were questions about the effectiveness of these courses, and that is something we will build toward to provide more clarity on. The next indicator is the percent completion of professional learning offered for new teachers, and our baseline percentage is 92%, and the performance target is 100%. And the last indicator under this area is participation in culturally relevant community engagement in 19 identified community schools, and this is a new area, and the baseline will be determined at the end of this school year. Next slide, please. The next objective is to increase professional learning opportunities for teachers and staff in the area of trauma-informed practices in order to support students' social-emotional well-being. Under this objective are 2 indicators. The first is the number of professional development courses offered, and the second is the number of staff completing professional development courses. This is a new area connected to the response to the pandemic, and at the end of the 2020-2021 school year, we were not yet offering courses, but there are some in place, and so the end of this school year will serve as our baseline. Next slide, please. The next objective under professional and operational excellence is to improve the strategic recruitment strategy in order to increase high-quality workforce diversity. And there are two indicators under this area: job fairs attended to recruit high-quality candidates and professional workforce diversity. Next slide, please. The next two objectives are presented here. One objective is to improve connectivity and satisfaction with MCPS technology. There are two indicators under that area. And the other indicator shared here is to improve the strategic recruitment strategy in order to support the social-emotional well-being of all students. The indicators here are new, and we anticipate using this school year to obtain baseline data in the areas that we can. Next slide, please. The next two objectives are first to connect the district's financial plan to the strategic plan with the goal of aligning district resources and increasing transparency, and to continue to provide and maintain safe and clean facilities that ensure accessibility and support the learning environment. The first one, connected to the financial plan, is a new area, and we will continue to work toward that. And then for the maintaining safe and clean facilities, you see there are three indicators shared with our performance target for 2024-2025 being 100% across all. Next slide, please. The last objective is to increase experienced and diverse principals and teachers serving in high-needs schools. This is a new area, and you heard from our Office of Human Resources and Development earlier in terms of the work that they're doing to connect to this strategic priority area objective. The first indicator is to develop an incentive plan to attract and retain principals and teachers in high-needs schools. And the second indicator is to provide continued job-embedded support and coaching for principals and teachers after they are hired. And now we'll turn it back to you, Ms. Wolf, and the board for discussion and action.
Does anyone have any questions on this section? Ms. Harris?
Just one quick question on the strategic plan and priority 3 under increasing district-wide culturally relevant professional learning. Staff participating in culturally relevant community engagement in the 19 community schools. Could you give just an example of what the culturally relevant community engagement could be in those 19 schools?
I will turn it over to actually Ms. Frances Frost, who hopefully is in the virtual audience, who will be able to kind of help.
And I can get to some of that as well while we wait for Ms. Frost. So there is a culture responsive family engagement training that we have done over the last few years. And the idea is to really have staff think through what is it that we're trying to do and use an equity lens and culture responsive lens as they do all of their engagement. So we take them through a process of learning what it means to think the current practices that we have, who do they work for, who do they not work for, and then using some new learning and new thinking to engage folks in a different way. So looking at things all encompassing. So right now what we often do is we may send flyers out in a different language, but the way we have an event still looks the exact same way. So we're trying to get people to think, what does it look like to get someone to be, if we want them to come to an event, for example, what would the outreach look like, but what would it look like when they actually showed up? How do we greet folks when they come in? How do we make sure that people feel welcomed when they come in? So that's what that training takes people through, to really help them analyze what the current culture is, and then rethink what the culture might look like when we're trying to engage our families.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I think you've reached the end. So.
Mr. Davis, would you like to add?
And I'm happy to, I was just going to ask, I'm happy to jump in. Good evening, everyone, as well, to the board members and to Dr. McKnight. I just wanted to add to what was already said about when we are engaging our families, a couple of pieces in a culturally responsive and relevant way. that we are meeting them where they are, which I believe was stated earlier, but that we're also looking at the idea of moving them from involvement to engagement to advocacy. I think that's important, not only the content, but also the purpose behind the engagement. The family engagement, I think, is also important for us to elevate as well. So I just wanted to include that as a piece of the culturally relevant family engagement.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, of course, our goal, as our graphic reminds us, is students prepared for college, career, and community. The 3 pillars contain strategies to get us there. The anti-racist audit is another set of strategies. The DSIP is another set of strategies to get us there. I know that in our strategic planning presentation, we had a lot more strategies outlined for each objective? So is that going to be flushed out more in the website? Because these are a subset of the strategies, but not all of them. Is that correct?
Yes, what you see in the slides are the key strategies, and what is included in the memo are the prioritized strategies. And so one of the things that we did as a team and asked our colleagues to do is go back and refine the strategies to what are those high leverage strategies that are going to most greatly impact the objectives and the indicators that lead to the work. Because one of the things that we didn't want to have was so many strategies that makes it unmanageable for teams. And so really, what are those high leverage strategies? And so that's kind of what we've reduced it down to and what was shared with you.
Okay. And just remind us to please, when we talk about the DSIP, that we also frame it under the pillars of the strategic plan, just so that we don't lose sight of the work that's been done to develop the strategic plan. So I think you mentioned this already, but the next steps are to put all this, an approved plan on the website and develop a report. And our next strategic planning in January will cover the first set of available data, which will be report card data. And we'll be able to see how our students are doing with that measure. And that is all I have. Thank you.
I just want to say this is a living document, right? So we will be constantly evaluating how we're doing with it and whether we need to make adjustments. Okay, thank you. So we need a vote on this. Can I get a motion to approve the strategic plan? Oh, do we have a resolution? We do? You must have it. Hold up.
All right, I move to approve the strategic plan.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we're now up to item 11. I'll ask Dr. McKnight to begin.
Thank you, President Wolf. I will ask our curriculum team to join us at the front table as we get ready to transition into the next part of this presentation. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. So for this part of the presentation, I am pleased today to be joined by members of the MCPS team who will provide information on 3 different curriculum updates. We're going to hear about potential changes to the state of Maryland and MCPS graduation requirements. I alluded to that earlier in our opening comments when we had our students come forward and share information, and staff come forward and share information related to financial literacy as well as PE. So we're going to talk about the state of Maryland and MCPS graduation plans. plans to implement classes to support the new financial literacy based on the advocacy for our students and the resolution, and non-core requirement courses currently being piloted at several MCPS schools. So as you know, we often share with you courses that we're piloting, and so we think it's important to be able to come back and talk about how those pilot programs are going. We're also going to provide multiple scenarios that compare and contrast mandated and proposed changes to graduation requirements that would apply for students in the 2025 graduating class. These scenarios have been developed and informed through stakeholder and staff input. Through significant student advocacy, we will review guidance from the financial literacy work group. We were able to pull a team together to really look at all the things that should be considered as we think about how to best lay this out. And I'm proud to say that that work group does consist of all different stakeholders, students, teachers, central office staff, and several financial literacy organizations. So to be able to bring their perspective into this was also very helpful. Ms. Oluni has a resolution on the table for this meeting to approve financial literacy as a graduation requirement for all students. The final part of this presentation will focus on recommendations to approve a number of courses encompassing a wide variety of topics. These are not core requirements, but courses that offer unique choices for our students. We've always elevated how important student choice is, and we hear from our students every year about the courses that they think are important to them. And so that is actually what often drives the pilots that we put into place in different schools. The pilot courses do allow MCPS to constantly respond to student interests that often reflect current issues in our society, and we always want to be able to honor that and have that level of flexibility. This work has been developed or examined through an equity lens, relying on a series of critical questions to ensure this work ultimately serves all students in every single one of our schools within MCPS. So with that, we do have quite a bit of work to dive into as it relates to these areas of curriculum. So I will no longer prolong this and turn it over to Dr. Keisha Logan, who will get us started.
Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone. Dr. McKnight and President Wolf. It's great to be here with you today, and today I'm joined by my colleagues from the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools, and we're here to share some curriculum updates in 3 areas. Next slide, please. Here we are. I'll begin by providing an update on changes to the Code of Maryland Regulations, or COMAR, high school graduation requirements that were adopted by the state this past spring, and I'll also share considerations for how these changes impact students in MCPS. Mrs. Tarasuk will then share updates about the financial literacy work group, as Dr. McKnight indicated. And finally, Mrs. Hazel will share a list of proposed pilot courses for your consideration and approval for the 2022-2023 school year. Next slide. The topics we bring before you today are timely and relevant in shaping how our students and staff will engage in teaching and learning. Given their importance, we entered these discussions with an equity lens and in consideration of the 5 equity impact questions which you see on the screen. With our first topic, high school graduation requirements, it's important to think about various student perspectives. For example, how does the decision made today impact all students, from the athlete to the English learner to those with a part-time job and those taking college-level courses? For whom does the decision serve, and are there unintended consequences to be considered? Keeping these questions in mind, next slide, please. We will dive into our first topic, high school graduation requirements for the class of 2025. Next slide. So as you may know, this past May, the Maryland State Board of Education approved amendments to graduation requirements recommended by the Maryland High School Graduation Task Force, including an increase in the number of credits required in health education from 1/2 credit to 1 full credit. Other approved graduation requirement amendments include an increase from 3 to 4 credits in mathematics. In addition, the 2 required world languages credits are now required to be taken in the same language, and there was also an expansion of the technology education credit requirement to include computer science and engineering. With these changes, the state minimum credit requirement for graduation increased from 21 to 22 credits. These changes begin with students who entered grade 9 during this school year, and they are the class of 2025. Next slide. These changes to the Maryland State graduation requirements will impact MCPS students in a few ways. Based on these changes, MCPS now exceeds the state minimum number of required credits necessary to graduate high school. With the increase of 1/2 credit in health education, the MCPS total now rises to 22.5 credits. Many of the changes by MSDE will not affect our current 9th graders because they already existed as graduation requirements for us here in MCPS. For example, the math requirement, which was increased to 4 credits. However, the increase in health education provides an opportunity for us to examine areas where the MCPS requirements differ from that of the state, such as in the area of physical education, where the state minimum requirement is 1/2 credit and MCPS requires a full credit. It's important to note that these changes impact, again, our current 9th grade students who are already a quarter of the way through their first year of high school and, believe it or not, who will soon begin to select courses for next school year. Next slide, please. The Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs engaged multiple stakeholder representatives in discussions about the MSDE graduation requirement changes. These stakeholders included students, school and central services staff, parents, guardians, and community members. During these discussions, stakeholders were presented 3 possible options to consider, again, through the lens of equitable outcomes for students, and I will now share those options with you. Next slide. Option A, presented on the screen, is to keep the additional 1/2 credit physical education graduation requirement for the class of 2025. Again, our current 9th grade students. This means that MCPS students in the class of 2025 would need a total of at least 22.5 credits to graduate high school, which exceeds the state requirement by 1/2 credit. Next slide. Option B is to reduce the MCPS physical education graduation credit requirement by 1/2 credit, maintaining the 22 credit minimum state requirement. Again, the reason this is an option is because MCPS exceeds the state minimum in physical education. And next slide. And option C is to reduce the MCPS electives requirement by 1/2 credit, maintaining the 22 credit minimum state requirement and meaning physical education would remain at a full credit. Keeping in mind that the average MCPS student at a high school that offers a 7-period schedule will have the opportunity to take upward of 28 total credits over the course of 4 years. Next slide. Due to the impact of COVID-19 and the pandemic and the learning disruptions that manifested as a result, there was energy amongst the stakeholder groups to maintain the MSDE 22 credit minimum requirement, so not to exceed. Again, it's important to note we're talking about our students who are already there in 9th grade. Stakeholder support was divided, however, for options B, reducing the PE requirement by 1/2 credit, and C, reducing the electives requirement. Students were particularly supportive of option B because of the opportunity for increased choice, as Dr. McKnight indicated. While there was energy from staff and parents in favor of maintaining the additional 1/2 credit physical education requirement, given the district's focus on physical fitness and well-being, particularly post-pandemic. Next slide. Taking into account the stakeholder input, the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs recommends option C, which is to reduce the MCPS electives requirement by 1/2 credit and maintain a minimum requirement of 22 credits total for graduation for the class of 2025. If approved by the board, this change would only affect our current 9th grade students. And again, if directed by the board, we will revisit this discussion as we explore the resolution to require financial literacy as a high school graduation requirement, which would begin with the class of 2026 and beyond. Next slide. So I'll now turn it over to President Wolf and the board for discussion.
Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you. Could you explain again the graduation requirements is 22, but you said that students in MCPS can take up to 28 in their 4 years in high school, and that means how many electives do they have access to?
So the minimum requirement by the state is 22 credits. So, but if they'll have options in their schedules depending on how many periods their individual high school offers in a day. Most of them are 7 periods, to take more over the course of 4 years.
So they could take 6 additional credits of electives?
Yes, they could.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right. We need a vote.
Okay.
No questions? Okay. Okay.
So I move to approve the recommended option C.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Continue.
Good evening. I'm Maria Tarsic, Director of Curriculum Implementation and Support, and I have the privilege of working with Ms. Hazel and Dr. Logan to support our pre-K-12 content teams in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs. So I'm going to share a brief history of financial literacy in Montgomery County and kind of how we came to be where we are right now. And then I'm also going to share some highlights from the MCPS working group that focused on financial literacy and their recommendations and kind of their findings of what they found over the last couple of months. Next slide, please. There we go. So expanding financial literacy instruction has been an MCPS commitment for over a decade since MSDE adopted COMAR regulations requiring the instruction of financial literacy standards at elementary, middle, and high school. As you can see here, where we have embedded those standards into various grade levels at each of those grade bands, elementary, middle, and high school. Grade 7 is clearly our most robust instruction on financial literacy because of our partnership with Junior Achievement, where students in 7th grade get 3 solid weeks of financial literacy instruction before attending Finance Park in that culminating budget simulation. Most of our discussion today is really going to focus on high school, so let me talk a little bit about grade 10 in government and how the financial literacy standards are incorporated there. So the standards in high school, at the conclusion basically of the curriculum for national, state, and local government, or AP government, as some students take, at the end of that course, after they've taken that state assessment or the College Board assessment, the AP assessment, students will spend 1 to 2 weeks learning about financial literacy through their government course. And in this way, all students in high school have some exposure to financial literacy. Next slide, please. So the MCPS work group on financial literacy was formed in response to student advocacy for expanding exposure and opportunity and access of financial literacy to students across all of our high schools. The charge of the work group was twofold. The first one was to establish the current state of financial literacy in MCPS, and the second was to come forward with some recommendations. The work group met throughout the spring, summer, and early fall to gather information, meet with key stakeholders and organizations, and finally to craft their recommendations. As part of their information gathering, they surveyed over 1,000 students from 18 different high schools and asked them a series of questions. The questions focused kind of in 3 main areas. One was to determine what was their support or interest in making sure that the financial literacy elective that is available was offered at all high schools. They also asked students about their own experience through their government course with financial literacy. And finally, what were the topics they were most interested in related to financial literacy? Next slide, please. So moving now to what did the work group find? The work group submitted their report to our office fairly recently, and it included the results of their student survey. Conclusions from the report included acknowledgement that across the district, not all students had access to this elective. It really was only offered in about currently 6 high schools. It also acknowledged, however, that the students that they surveyed were very interested in having this opportunity, this elective available across all of the high schools. So there was the recognition that it's not offered enough, and they acknowledgement that we need to offer it more and students are truly interested in it. Next slide, please. So the recommendations. The work group provided 4 core recommendations to us to consider. And the recommendations really were an attempt to address the concerns that were raised through the survey and their study. It included support for exploring the possibility of adding that half-credit financial literacy graduation requirement. And then the remaining recommendations really focused on accountability to make sure that our government teachers were truly teaching the course, the financial literacy standards, and then also visibility, making sure that students were aware and counselors are aware of the possibility of the existing elective that's already there. So next slide, please. So next steps. Between now and a future board meeting in January of 2022, our office is going to undertake several steps in response both to the work group report and to the recommendation to look at the feasibility of that graduation requirement. We'll be reviewing each of the 4 recommendations by the group, and we actually have a meeting already scheduled with them at the end of the month to talk to them about what we're going to be able to do in the short term and which items maybe need some more discussion and will take a little bit longer to implement. In looking at the feasibility of that graduation requirement, we plan to survey a lot of our stakeholders. Certainly, we want to survey a wide range of our students, a wide range of our teachers, and our parents, of course, also. We also want to look at the impact of what that graduation requirement might have on things like scheduling, staffing, and even the overall just student experience in high school. So I look forward to speaking to you again in a few months and to share our updates and recommendations. Mrs. Wolf, we will take questions from the board at this time.
Does anybody have any questions? Ms. O'Looney?
Yeah, this is not a question so much as a comment, but I know when I was speaking to students, and this is true from my experience as well, although the Maryland State Department of Education actually requires all local school systems to ensure that students are getting some sort of financial literacy education before they graduate, and MCPS has said that we've been doing that through our NSL class. That's been the policy, but necessarily hasn't been the practice. I want to say the vast majority of students that I've talked to who have completed the NSL course or AP Government have shared that their teachers did not elect to do the 2-week EverFi financial literacy course. So in practice, it's sort of ended up to be that a lot of our students have completed the requirement of the government course without actually getting that education. I didn't know if that had come up in the work group discussions.
It certainly has come up in the work group discussion, regardless of whether we have a graduation requirement or not, we know we have work to do to make financial literacy a true component of the high school experience, and there's lots of different ways to get there, and we're looking at all of them.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really do thank you for taking the student advocacy and really turning it into a serious deep dive and look at how we are meeting the needs that students are identifying as essential for them to be career, college, and community ready. And I think this is, I really look forward to the feasibility study results in January, as I think the students have spoken quite clearly as the value they see that this would add to their academic experience here in Montgomery County. And I think this could be a way for us to actually lead in developing a true course evidence base that has real-world applications for certain specific components of the blueprint. So look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Ms. Evans.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. And what I appreciate is at the very beginning of the presentation, you put in the equity lens impact questions, because my hope is that we don't create a hardship for some of our students trying to graduate. I understand financial literacy is really important. We want all of our students to have access to it, want it to be in all of our schools. But as we're doing this feasibility study, I'm really going to be looking to the questions that are posed, the 5 questions, to see how that applies to our students in doing this research. But thank you.
Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you. This was suggested to me by a student, so I have no idea how feasible it is. But a student asked me if we decide to offer, this is a graduation requirement, could this count as a math credit? And I don't know if there's an answer to that, but just something for you all to consider while you do the research for the future presentation.
We're happy to look into that and can get you a more definite answer then, and consult with our math colleagues on that as well.
Yeah, because that if they're required to do a fourth math credit, then that would kind of circumvent the equity issue of having to do another requirement. And then other Maryland districts do have this as a graduation requirement, is that correct?
Yes, there are a handful. I know PG County is one that does, and I believe there's one or two others as well.
It's 8 counties in Maryland.
So it'd be interesting to see how they were able to work around it and the equity issues as well. Thank you.
Ms. Mandrowski.
Yeah, thank you. Another aspect, I appreciate the fact that you guys are looking at this. I think that, there's a lot of different aspects to it that need to be taken into consideration. In working on and serving on the Comptroller's Commission for Financial Literacy, one of the things that was frequently discussed was the option of being able to test out if it were a graduation requirement, because there are some students who, I guess, get more financial exposure and teachings at home. But I do think that this is a really important thing. And so I would be very supportive of it counting as a math credit or as having it testing out option as you're looking at what you're reviewing. Personally, I appreciate the fact that we touch on financial literacy at every grade level to some extent, but to Ms. O'Looney's point, I think there's a big difference between what we, between policy and practice sometimes. And truthfully, I think financial literacy, is something that, in my opinion, sort of encompasses everything that we said, that we are about in terms of developing who are students that are college, career, and community ready. Being financially literate, not only builds a strong and solid foundation for responsible community members, but financial stability provides, a lot of emotional wellness, in my opinion. There are few things other than food insecurity and homelessness that can really take a toll on a person than financial insecurity. And so much, even those things I just mentioned stem from financial insecurity. I think that this is something we really, really need to see how we can figure out to make something that we are ensuring our students are getting the education that they need in this area, my personal opinion. But I appreciate you guys taking a look at it, and I just kind of wanted to throw that in there.
Dr. Daka.
Yeah, the math credit, I think is an interesting thing. I think we have done that in the past, but this course would only be 0.5 or half a credit. We'd have to find out what to do about the other half credit. I know that it has been done in the past, and I think it might be a good idea to kind of look at that and work towards it, see if we can do that. And I don't know, unless things have changed, a lot of our seniors do not do a full schedule because they've already done their 22 credits. I don't know, I'll have to leave that up to the recent high school persons. But I think that happens quite a bit, so it's not like they wouldn't have time to take some other courses. And national, state, and local government, they have a real job to do there, because it's very obvious all over this country when you talk to people or when they're interviewed, they do not know how government works. They don't know judicial, representative, executive. They don't know how city governments work. They don't know about county councils and what the duties are. They don't know the duties of the Board of Education, so let's put it that way. They need to have the full NSL, and not have a piece of it taken for financial. And we've heard so many years about the financial literacy that I do think the community would be interested in us pursuing this. And in view of the fact that so many of us are in debt because we put too much on our credit cards, it may not be a bad thing. So thank you for presenting the information. Oh, stakeholders, don't forget principals. Now, I know you touched upon that because you mentioned scheduling and having staff. It would cost us some money to have an extra staff person to do this. I mean, there's just no way around it unless you snatch somebody from another class and increase the size of some classes so this person can teach financial literacy. I know that that can be worked out if we're determined, but I do think principals have to be involved and assistant principals because they're the ones that really do the scheduling with the resource teachers.
Okay, Ms. O'Looney.
Yeah, just to quickly address Dr. Daka's concerns about the 0.5 requirement as opposed to a whole year. Just until 15 minutes ago when we voted on our new graduation requirements for the class of 2025, health was a 0.5 requirement, right? So students would either have to find another one semester course to fill in their schedule, or there was an option to take it online over the summer in an abbreviated version. So perhaps if we are considering adding a 0.5 financial literacy requirement, a summer course, an abbreviated version is something that we could consider.
No, I agree with you, but if we want to make it a math credit, then it has to be some math thing. Okay.
Okay. All right. We can continue. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. If we can go to the slides, please. I'm going to talk about our pilot courses very quickly. If you can go to the next slide. One more slide, please. Okay, thank you. The MCPS pilot process allows students to bring forward areas of interest and work with their teachers in their schools to try new courses. This allows us to constantly respond to student interests, current issues, and develop leadership among our students. This process also allows us to roll out new courses which are responding to industry demand and prepare students for college and careers. And so today we are bringing forward for your approval pilot courses that are in different stages. So we will bring forward new non-core high school pilot courses that we are bringing to you for approval to develop. We will be bringing to you pilot courses that are continuing in the process, and then those that are exiting the pilot process. Next slide, please. So the following courses are proposed for pilot development and will be submitted to the Board of Education review and approval if successful. These are brand new proposals, courses to be developed this year and implemented for the first time next school year. So they are Shakespeare, Race and Gender, Principles of Agricultural Science, Natural Resources and Ecology, Positive Psychology, Asian Pacific Islander, Desi American Studies, Holocaust Studies, and Environmental Justice. Next slide, please. The next set of courses you see were previously approved courses that were developed and are now in implementation as pilot courses. After a year of implementation, we will submit for full approval and make available to our schools. So you can see those courses there. Next slide, please. And finally, we are bringing forward courses that successfully completed the pilot process after earlier Board of Education review and approval to pilot, and are proposed for final approval as what we are calling restricted courses. Some of these courses are offered only at authorized high schools that have specialized programs, and so you could see there, Introduction to Agriculture, Food and Natural Resources, AB, Fundamentals of App Development, Advanced App Development, and Jazz Lab Band. And so those are courses that are in specialized programs. And then we have active courses available to all schools, American history through film, and political psychology and behavior. So at this time, I will turn it over to you for questions, and we do have our supervisors of these courses and content areas available virtually if you have questions.
Do I see any questions? Ms. O'Looney?
Yeah, I just want to say how exciting all of this is, all of these new developments. I think whereas financial literacy is somewhere where we really need to catch up here as a district, I think these courses are really where we're leading. LGBTQ plus studies in particular, I know has gotten so much good positive feedback from the students who are enrolled in that. I was recently visiting Kennedy High School, and a U.S. government teacher there, Mr. Kang, was telling me all about the course development process for the Asian Pacific Islander and DESI American Studies. He's super excited about that. I know I'm super excited about that as a Japanese American. So just very excited for all of the progress that's happening here. Thank you.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, everything that Ms. O'Looney just said. And I also just wanted to point out that there are 3 of these courses, the Principles of Ag Science, Natural Resources and Ecology, the Environmental Justice, and the Intro to Ag, Food, and Natural Resources, that are almost prescient in the inclusion in the MCPS sustainability policy that's being developed, of creating a pathway for green jobs and making that a real focus and emphasis and opportunity for our students. So such a great start for the work that we really hope to be scaling. So I just think I'm very grateful for the vision that's reflected in these very interesting courses.
Is anyone else? I'm not seeing any other lights, so I think that's it. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We're now up to item 12, consent items. Are there any items that any board member wishes to pull? Can I get a motion? Do you want to read your resolution? Or no, just move it? Okay, can I get a motion to move this in block?
So moved.
Second.
Rebecca, did you want to raise a consent item? Okay, all in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Item 13 is for information only. Item 14, can I get a motion to move 14.1 through 14.5 in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Okay, we're up to item 14.6. Ms. O'Looney?
Yeah, so we just talked at length about this issue already, so I'll try to be brief. This is the resolution asking the superintendent to present a feasibility report by this January, about adding a 0.5 graduation requirement for financial literacy. I just want to say I did not expect the outpouring of support that the board, MCPS, has gotten on moving this forward. We just talked about catering to students of all different types and all different needs, and I think that's exactly what a financial literacy requirement would do, cater to everyone, especially our most marginalized students from immigrant families or who don't speak English at home or who are low income. I really think it'll benefit everyone. And the financial support we've gotten from community organizations as well. Next Gen Personal Finance has offered MCPS $30,000 in grant money to get this rolling, and Dr. Alan Cox of the Maryland Council of Economic Education has offered to pay for all professional development surrounding the implementation of this course. So a lot of opportunities here to explore between now and January should this pass. So yeah, that's all from me. I guess, is there a motion for the resolution?
You need a motion.
I make the motion. I move to pass, affirm.
Just move that.
I move the resolution.
Second?
Read the resolved.
Okay. Resolved that the Board of Education direct the interim superintendent to explore the possibility of identifying and offering a 0.5 credit financial literacy course that will be required for all students, beginning with those entering grade 9 for the 2023 school year, the class of 2028, and that the interim superintendent provide a report to the board about the feasibility of this requirement no later than January 2022.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Does anyone else have any new business? Okay, seeing none, we're up to item 15, which is for information only. And we've now come to the most exciting part. That's the that's the adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. We are adjourned.